Recording in progress.
Good morning, members.
Morning, Chair.
Morning. Good morning. Good morning, Chair.
Chair.
Advocate Motibe from SIU.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair.
Thank you. Members, good morning and welcome to the meeting. Good morning, Advocate Motibe and the team from SIU.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair. Thank you.
Today we'll be receiving an annual report and the performance and spending for Q1 and Q2, 2024-2025. And the forward funding proposals towards the 2025 medium-term expenditure framework. Members, the only apology that we have received for this meeting is from Honorable Breitenbach, who is back to attending the interviews of the JSC. The committee secretary, I'm not sure if did you receive any apologies from members. Is Mr. Swart back to the country?
Good morning, Chair. I'm informed that Mr. Swart is still not back. So his office has tendered his apology.
Okay, then is Mr. Matafa back?
Mr. Matafa just logged in now.
Thank you very much. Members will be receiving the presentation from SIU. Advocate Mutibe, you will introduce your team.
Yes, Chair.
With here. Unfortunately, we had to meet virtually when we would have planned prior to meet physically in Parliament, but still Parliament is still facing a challenge of venues that are limited.
Okay.
Remember that since it went down, a lot of committee rooms have been affected. So
yes,
we're showing the few that's there with all the 29, 30 committees. So
right.
the space is actually limited. So sometimes we do meet virtually, but we always prioritize a physical meeting.
No, thank you, Chair. It's good.
But definitely next time we'll be meeting physically.
Yes.
Now we'll give you and the team to table the presentation.
No, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development. We really appreciate this opportunity to present our annual report, performance report, and the finance report, and we'll go through the presentation shortly. Honorable Chair, as you indicated, I'm joined by the members of the Executive Committee of the Special Investigating Unit. If I start off, colleagues, please, when I introduce you, just show your face to the Honorable Committee. I'll start off with Ms. Tenjiwe Dlamini, who's the Head of Strategy, Monitoring, and Reporting. Thank you. That's her face there. And the next one, Miss Millicent Ntube Fatlani. She is the Chief Governance Officer. If you can show your face, please, Ms. Fatlani. Okay, that's her face there. Thank you. Then the next one is the Ms. Tumelo Zwani. She is the Chief Information Officer in charge of the IT. If you can show your face, Ms. Zwani. Okay. I don't see her that she's showing her face. Honorable Chair, apologies for that. I didn't get any apologies from my team. Hopefully, she will indicate, and then she will show her face later on, because she's meant to cover some of the slides in the presentation. And then we've got Ms. Boarato Leshope. She is the Chief Audit Executive. That's her. That's her there. Thank you. And then we've got Ms. Neptune Masombuga, Honorable Chair. She's the Chief Human Capital Officer, but she's not in the meeting because she is seconded to the Department of Justice. She is the acting head of the Justice College there. So they've requested us to really agree to her secondment, which we did. And then in her space, it's Ms. Dreya, who is the standing in or acting Chief Human Capital Officer. Ms. Hayla Dreya, if you can show your name, your face. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then we've got Mr. Leonard Lekheto, who is the Chief Operating Officer. Mr. Lekheto, if you can show your face, please. Okay, thank you. And then we've got Advocate Ntutuzelo Vanara. He's the Chief Legal Counsel. Mr. Vanara. There we go. Thank you very much. And then we've got Mr. Andre Hernand, who's the Chief Financial Officer. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then we've got Mr. Tulani Mpungo. He's the Chief Risk Officer. Mr. Mpungo, are you in the meeting? Oh, there we go. Thank you. And then we've got Mr. Keiza Khanyaho. He's the Chief Stakeholder Relations, Communications, and he's also the spokesperson for the organization. Honorable Chair, although I said I didn't get any apology, there's one apology of Mr. Pranesh Maharaj. He's the Chief Program Portfolio Officer. He's in charge of the data analytics and the prevention side. He is booked in for a surgery, so he couldn't really get out of that medical appointment. So we allowed him to, of course, we couldn't say no. We allowed him to go to the surgery. Thank you, Honorable Chair. We are then ready to proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Advocate Mtiwe. You can proceed. You can proceed.
Thank you. Thank you kindly, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as I indicated, and as you stated, we are today presenting the annual report, financial information, our performance information, and we have included other relevant information for the portfolio committee. If you can please reflect the presentation. Thank you. I see Mr. Lekheto is doing that. Thank you, Mr. Lekheto. Can you go to the next slide, please? This is the landing page. Next slide, please. Thank you. Honorable Chair, without going through the contents table in detail, we are presenting the general information that would really cover some of the background information, legislative mandate, strategic overview, strategic focus areas that really makes us focus on the best performance of the organization, the highlights of the performance, and then of course we'll show SIU accessibility in terms of the public accessing our office. We'll then present performance information. We'll take the committee through our governance structures, and then the human capital information. And then, of course, the financial information in terms of PFMA compliant report, information of late and non-payment supplier, we'll show it there. And then, of course, the financial information. And then we've included other relevant information in terms of collaborations, whether internationally or nationally, and then the digitization program of our business processes. Next slide, please. This next slide, we were requested to also provide the 2024-25 first quarter performance, and then 2024-25 first quarter financial information and forward funding proposals. Thank you. Next slide. We start off then with the general information. Next slide, please. Yes. Honorable Chair and honorable members, we are guided first and foremost by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. In particular, those sections that we've just really quoted, there are various sections that we look at, but this one's really in terms of the access to information, just administrative action, because most of our processes really look at the administrative decisions that the state institutions would have made. And then, of course, Section 34, which is access to the courts. Another important section is Section 195, which really deals with the principles governing public administration. Because in terms of our mandate, we investigate corruption, maladministration, and malpractice. So the administration part, we take the principles in the Constitution into account. On the right-hand side, it's really our enabling legislation and other relevant legislation that we look to. Our enabling legislation is the Special Investigation Units and the Special Tribunals Act. Then we've got other relevant legislation. The main one, as we investigate corruption, is the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, number 12 of 2004. And then we look at the Criminal Procedure Act, 51 of 1977. Thank you. This slide, Honorable Chair and honorable members, really just gives an overall strategic overview without going through it in detail. We've got our vision, which says we'd like to position this Special Investigating Unit as a state-preferred and trusted anti-corruption, forensic investigation, and litigation agency. We've done that deliberately, Honorable Chair and honorable members, because we know that we are competing in this area with other private sector companies. So we'd like to continue doing our work such that when the state departments would like to appoint forensic investigating service, they should look first and foremost to the SIU. And we know that for them to do that is for us to execute and execute effectively. In terms of the mission, we provide forensic investigation and civil litigation services to combat corruption, serious malpractices and maladministration, to protect the interest of the state and that of the public. Then we, of course, execute our function as the whole SIU team based on the values that we have indicated, Honorable Chair. Thank you. You can go to the next slide. This one, it really gives us the overall strategic focus areas in terms of strategic objectives. We have adopted in 2021 to 2024-25 strategic plan the interventions and initiatives that are based primarily on the areas that SIU has prioritized and that are consistent with our mandate. The outcomes are aligned to the outputs measured in the annual performance plan and operational plans of the divisions or the provinces. These objective 4 outcomes are in the main to ensure that SIU is compliant and a high-performing institution, and that protects state assets and cash. We would like to strive and work together with other law enforcement agencies and other state institutions to restore confidence in the state governance systems. We have now taken a strategic approach that to fight corruption, we cannot just look on the reactive side, which is the investigation, prosecution, civil litigation, but we also need to enhance on the prevention of corruption and consequence management enforcement. Thank you. Next slide, please. Right, next slide. These are the now operative strategic focus areas that inform part of our business. I'll just read on the side of the strategic focus areas. Of importance, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we took a decision as a team that it is important to turn around our investigations as quickly as possible. This we adopted almost some 7 years or so ago because we've realized that at that time, and we got it from our clients, sort of the state institutions as well, that SIU was taking long to investigate. And then we then at the time, some 7-8 years ago, adopted this focus area, and we have seen an improvement, and we're happy that the state institutions also indicate that the speed at which we investigate, so that we complete our investigation speedily and turn out outcomes and consequence management. The monitoring and of the implementation of the SIU referrals and consequence management is also a focus area. Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, on the right-hand side is the kind of activities that we are taking to ensure that the strategic focus area is achieved. The implementation of the SIU referrals is a very important aspect because our outcomes, as we will now come through to them, when amongst others, we refer for prosecution, we refer for disciplinary action, and we would like to continuously monitor that such referrals are implemented. We refer to professional bodies, we refer to regulatory authorities. So we'd like to make sure that on an ongoing basis, our recommendations are implemented. And then, of course, the prevention and awareness campaigns that we run, and in the presentation, we will show that. Systemic recommendations to state institutions to prevent a recurrence of corruption, maladministration, malpractice. We focus on, as we investigate, we come across weaknesses in the system or in the administration, we then recommend the improvements with the state institution consent. The implementation of corruption, maladministration, and malpractice data analytics. This is a very important focus going forward so that the information that we gather from our investigations, that information should be taken to the data analytics team so that they are able to model the information, and we are able to predict predictive modeling so that we share the results of the modeling with the state institutions so that they can build that in their risk management processes, in their strategic development processes, to ensure that the controls are improved to mitigate the risks of corruption, maladministration, and malpractice. Next slide. Going on with the strategic focus areas, implementing measures to accelerate civil litigation. In 2019, the process was followed to create a special tribunal, which was done through the Department of Justice, and the President proclaimed the special tribunal, and we have seen the value add. Because at the time we realized that the high courts really are clogged with cases, and our cases took long to be attended to. But the Special Tribunals Act, part of our legislation, enabled us to pursue the establishment of the Special Tribunal, which was proclaimed by the President in 2019. Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the seventh one really is the reviewing of the SIU funding model. We put this as part of the focus area because we've realized that the funding model, as we speak now, it's really not working so well, and we'll indicate later in our finance presentation. We charge fees in terms of our legislation, but Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, as you will see later on, that there are those state institutions really that are paying as we investigate and we show them the outcomes, but there are those that are not paying. And the debt level as we speak now is almost over a billion. And we will show the data later on. Improving communications and stakeholder relations. This is the part that Mr. Khanyago and his team are driving to ensure that the public is aware of the outcomes and the work of the SIU. They use various platforms and so on, but in the main, Mr. Khanyago continue to really lead the team. Improving on the SIU governance framework as we do our work, we would like to ensure that internally the governance framework is really adequate and addresses the governance requirements, and the CGO, Ms. Fatlan, is running with that. Next slide, please. These are the last set of focus areas. We would like to ensure that we introduce we've already introduced it, number 10. This was at the top, but now we are monitoring it, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. When we adopted this focus area, the organization had not as yet completed the individual performance agreements, and we were really strengthening the organizational performance. At the moment, every individual in SIU, every member has got the performance agreement, and our organizational plan, our planning process is really satisfactory. We would like to reintroduce the Enterprise Program Management Office. Understandably, that the data really needs to be accessed from the Program Management Office. Digital transformation, this is the ICT part that's driven by the Chief Information Officer. We would like to continue to digitize our business processes. Then business development, really not really like in a product producing company or a profit-making company. The business development in our sense really says the public should be aware of the work that we do, and we should indicate to them where to report corruption, maladministration, and malpractice in a manner that would ensure that we continue to investigate those reports. And again, we are covering it in the presentation. And then from the human capital space, we really just indicate that we need to continue to improve the employee value proposition. Under the employee value proposition, there's quite a number of activities that we are busy with: talent recruitment, talent retention. We ensure that the sound labor relations process, we ensure that just the general employee relations policies are in place. The SIU brand awareness and visibility, again, that's done by the communications team. We got our brand such that the public really accepts the work that we do. We've also looked at other revenue enhancement mechanism. Notably, the one process that we have put in place is to ensure that we recover the debt that is owed to the SIU, and we will cover that in the finance presentation. The other important part, which really has shown that it's almost now really needs us to step up, is the safety and security of our investigators, employees, and whistleblowers. And we've done a lot around that. Of course, it becomes one of the key drivers of expenditure, key cost drivers in the organization. But we are ensuring that the whistleblowers, when they report, they know that at least we can put some measures in place when they indicate to us that their lives are at risk. The same as we do to our investigators. And we have seen various of the investigations that we do that there has been threats to the safety of our investigators. So we continue to make sure that that part is looked at. Thank you very much. Now you can really slide on. Part of, as I indicated, we are doing a lot to ensure that the public is aware of our work, and that we prevent or we encourage the prevention. We educate the public, and we also play an advisory role. We've got a separate division that's chaired by Mr. Maharaj, who's gone to the surgery to ensure that there's the almost like a separate focus from the investigators and to the prevention division. Once the investigators have investigated and come up with data, they then send it to this team here so that they are able to run the education together with the communications department. And then, of course, we host prevention programs with state institutions, both at national, provincial, and local. We improve the reporting rate of, or we've seen the improvement of the reporting rate of allegations. Next slide. Still under the prevention, advisory, and awareness, we ensure that we share information across all sectors of government, and in other instances, we've got the whole of society involved. We also include private sector players. And then, of course, we want to enhance consequence management around corruption, maladministration, and malpractice. We want to build and strengthen partnerships in the fight against corruption. We are clear that we need the whole of society to partner with us so that it is everybody's responsibility to fight corruption. Improve citizens' awareness of their rights and responsibilities, and of course, mobilize public for change in the sense that we need to ensure that they get involved in the fight against corruption. And we've really seen in the programs that we have implemented, putting them in the anti-corruption forums that we have created, that it has really helped to lift up the confidence in the state's governance. The next slide is really just a dramatic depiction of our thought process around the prevention or the fight against corruption, maladministration, and malpractice. Just in brief, on the left-hand side, without going through it in detail in the interest of time, you'll see at the top on the left-hand side is prosecution, or investigation, and recoveries. That part we believe that as government, we do and do better. Of course, we can improve. There's SIU, Investigative Directorate, Hawks, IPID, FIC, SARS, and Public Protector, and the others. That part we all do, and we believe we can improve it. We've shared this slide with our colleagues. And then, of course, in the middle, there's consequence management, which we would like to enhance. Now, right at the bottom is the prevention side, which we believe at the moment is uncoordinated and disintegrated. Now, what are we doing to address that? On the right-hand side is the development of the National Corruption Risk and Prevention Framework, which SIU has been tasked to drive. That draft, we are in the first draft, which we will share in the justice cluster. It will probably go up to the cabinet, and at an appropriate time, we can also share it with the portfolio committee. We believe that that's going to change the game and improve the fight against corruption. And that prevention framework will include data analytics, will include awareness, education, ethics, and it will include lifestyle audits and other focus areas. Thank you very much. You can proceed. The next slide, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, as we indicated, the accessibility of SIU to the public is very important. We've got offices in all the 9 provinces, and at the moment, there's really no practical issue in terms of reaching us out. We also have digital platforms where the public can report. But on the left-hand side is the work that's done by the communications team to ensure that we've got a digital footprint and presence and platforms that the public can use. As you can see, there's really various of them there. We are really pleased that the public has really taken on the advantage of using the digital platforms to the advantage of the fight against corruption. The next slide, Honorable Chair, now goes into the high level of the performance information. Slide on, please. Right. This is really the high-level summary. We will go into the details. The performance information is presented in accordance with the approved annual performance plan, which we will articulate later on. But just at high level, in the year under review, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, SIU was measured on its performance on 19 indicators at an output level. We are pleased to report that overall achievement for the year under review is at a 95% audited as we speak today, 95% approval. Now that really says the organization achieved a set targets of 18 indicators. Only one indicator was not achieved, and that's the indicator relating to the enrollment of cases at the special tribunal. We had set to enroll a specific number, and we'll indicate that. We couldn't conclude the enrollment of other cases, and that we can articulate that later on. The next slide just really shows the journey on the audit opinion. As the Honorable Chair and Honorable Members would be aware, our external auditors are the Auditor General of South Africa. We do have, of course, internal auditors. This is the journey of the audit, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, and we read it from the right to the left. It starts off from 2019-2020. We had unqualified clean audit from all those years, Honorable Chair, with the exception of 2023, 2022, 2023. Our hearts sank when we received qualified audit in that year, but it didn't indicate any wrongdoing or any of the issues on our performance side, and the CFO can articulate that later on. This was about some of the audit standards, that related to the revenue, and this one really just brought home that the use of the state attorney at times really can cause us to face irregularities or delays in accounting based on the accounting standards. This is the invoices that we receive late from the state attorney, and then so that we are able to account for them in any specific year. As I said, the CFO will talk authoritatively around this. But I then indicated that as a team, we need to work very hard to return the organization to unqualified audit. And Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we are pleased that we managed to return the organization to unqualified audit in the year under review. Where I really thank our teams that worked really hard, of course, to satisfy the Auditor General's audit. You can go to the next slide. The next slide really just shows high level year-on-year comparison. This is a 5-year view. Again, reading it from the left to from the right to the left. It shows the performance years. 1920, you can see up to 18, 19, yeah, up to 23, 24. Yes, you'll see there that those shows the percentage achieves. 2021, 75%. 2021-22, we achieved 100%. 2022-23, we dipped down to 88%, and we know that this was as a result of the new program that we introduced on the data analytics side. Now, 2023-24, the year under the review, is 95%. Again, I indicated that it was as a result of the special tribunal cases. The next slide, Honorable Chair, having looked at now the whole universe of our of our performance. We indicated that from a business development, from a reporting side, we have seen an increase in the reportage of the proclamation. That arrow, the arrow showing up, indicates that year on year, from 2016 to 2017, up to 24-25, we've seen about 54% increase in the proclamations that the president signs. We then had to make sure that we resource the organization appropriately, and our human capital acting chief will indicate in the face of this increase in proclamations, we had to then adequately resource the organization. Next slide. The next slide, Honorable Chair, goes into the performance dashboard, which we will now articulate in detail later on. We are really happy that this is really up to now, it's a record performance for the Special Investigating Unit. For the first time, we've really seen a high performance in terms of recoveries. And of course, this comes from the effective investigations of the teams, effective processing of civil litigation by the civil litigation team. Now, to recover, we are pleased to report rand value of actual cash and assets recovered to the tune of 2.285 billion. This is really, really pleasing, and would like to see an improvement going forward. On the left-hand side, still at the top, is the rand value of potential cash or assets to be recovered. As we investigate, we then come across some of the irregularities, which we flag to the state institutions or the companies that are involved, and we get into recovery processes that would indicate that as at the presentation today, 1.6 billion stands to be recovered at an appropriate time. It's not actual recoveries, it's potential based on the activities that we have done, and we know at what stage will it be recoverable or collectible. On the right-hand side now, it's really contracts that has been set aside or deemed invalid. Honorable Chair and honorable members, this one we do through the special tribunal mainly at the moment. Later on, we will show that there are still cases in the high courts. Although we have said, the high courts are clogged with cases, we have historical old cases that have been enrolled in the high courts. We are still really seeing a delay in processing those cases. There has been legal processes that we tried to ensure that all those cases are transferred to the special tribunal, but the litigants really push back because they know that it probably sort of works in their favor to see the cases delayed. But we are working with the courts so that we can implement measures to fast track those cases. Now, just on the middle line, on the left-hand side, is the rand value of potential loss prevented. As we investigate, we find that there's wrongdoing that may lead to funds being lost. An example is that if we investigate a procurement process and we find that a contract has been entered into irregularly, we then work with the state institution to suspend the contracts or the payments pending the civil litigation process, which to set that contract aside. If we didn't do that, as we speak, possibly the 2.3 billion we indicating here would have been paid out. So we put in place measures to ensure that we stop the state from paying based on irregular contracts. So we are pleased to report that 2.3 billion has been prevented from being lost by the state. And then we've got some of the data as part of our output or our performance targets. The consequence management partner. Well, I suppose the civil litigation and the recovery are also part of consequence management, but some of the action needs to be taken, like prosecution. We have referred about 583 cases to the prosecuting authority. We work closely with the NPA. We have a MOU with them to ensure that they look at our cases as speedily as possible. We respect that they are the prosecuting authority and they've got the prerogative to decide. But we would like to see that the efforts that we have put in investigating really are looked at, so that we know where the cases are. And then we've got the number of referrals for administrative action, and part of the contribution of these numbers is the Department of Transport investigations that we did. That investigation has really uncovered a whole lot of administrative processes that were irregular in granting driver's licenses and so on. So to cancel those licenses, those are administrative actions that we require. Now, those are just the examples. Then we've referred about 297 individuals, officials, to be acted upon based on the disciplinary action code of the state. And we work together with the state institutions to ensure that they execute successfully on the disciplining of the officials involved in the wrongdoing that we have investigated. And as we speak, we are really beginning to see an improvement. We've engaged the Department of Public Service and Administration so that all of this can be monitored. The presidency has also put a mechanism in place as we submit the final reports of our investigations to the president, then so that the mechanism can be put in place to monitor that all the referrals are acted upon. On this slide, it's still now the one initiative that we have seen that it contributes immensely to the fight against corruption, maladministration, is the lifestyle audits. We have concluded a number of lifestyle audits, and we have seen the results of those. Those who do not, call it, pass the audit, then they are taken through a specific process so that they can answer for what has been found. We've done that at PRASA, Northern Cape Office of the Premier, Gauteng Office of the Premier, Free State Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport, and there are others that are still, really writing to us, requesting that we assist them with the lifestyle audits. This process is aligned to the public service lifestyle audit standard and framework. We've got the framework that we're driving. We have seen that this really, it's an important initiative to ensure that those risk indicators are pointed out and the specific individuals are held to account. But in Gauteng, as an example, we have done the sort of the executive level, the heads of the departments and the CEOs. We have presented the report, and now we've been asked to go lower in prioritized areas such as supply chain management, because most of the wrongdoing and most of the irregularities are really stemming out of the procurement process. If you slide on, please. The next slide, still on the performance dashboard. In the middle is 4.8 billion. This now are matters that we have taken to the special tribunal, enrolled at the special tribunal for adjudication, so that when the adjudication is done, at the end of the day, we've got recoveries that can now be reported as actual recoveries in the following years to come. The number of cases submitted to the special tribunal was about 43, and the value thereof could be represented in that middle block that we are seeing. And as we investigate per proclamation, there are areas that we look at, and we need to make sure that we close each area as indicated by the investigation project plan. There's quite a number of activities in one proclamation. There can be a whole lot of them. So now we drive our investigations on a project management basis, and we would like the investigations to close the areas of investigations as they complete the whole investigation. Now we count those. There's a way that the Chief Operating Officer and his team are monitoring that. We're reporting 1,919 closed investigations under each proclamation. There's quite a number of them, as the Honorable Committee can see. And then, of course, on the bottom side, starting from the left, in order to implement or assist government in implementing the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, there are 6 pillars of that strategy. We are assisting government in implementing the 6th pillar of the strategy, which says government has to focus on sectors that are vulnerable to corruption. We have done pilots. We piloted Health Sector Anti-Corruption Forum. Excuse the acronyms there, but I'll read them in full. The first one that we implemented was the Health Sector Anti-Corruption Forum, which was launched by the President in 2019. It was followed by the Infrastructure Build Anti-Corruption Forum, that's the IBACF. It was launched by Minister Dilil at the time when she was still at the Public Works. And then we followed through with the Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum, which was launched by Minister Dlamini Zuma at the time when she was still the minister there. These forums include other sectors of the society, civil organizations, the youth, which we want to enhance their improvement, business, labor organizations, because our national anti-corruption strategy really focuses on the whole of society inclusion. The next block there is the reports that we submit to the President. We've submitted 26 reports at the year under review. On the reports, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, I need to indicate that the outcomes that we reach per investigation or per proclamation, those outcomes do not wait until we report to the President. As we start the investigation and we reach outcomes, we are able to act on, we refer for prosecution, refer for disciplinary action, civil litigation process. In the process, so when we report to the President, we indicate that this has been acted upon already, because time is of the essence when we really have to ensure that there's consequence management. And then the last 2 blocks is really around allegations received, assessed, and ensuring that they are converted into proclamations. We've got 100% assessment of allegations received and those that have been registered. We are very, very keen in monitoring this process because we want to ensure that we give feedback to the whistleblowers that are taking their time to report, in many instances risking their lives. We go back to them and we ensure that we report to them where the allegations are. We are pleased that all of the allegations have been processed, registered, and processed accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Lekgetho. You can proceed. The next slide really shows the civil litigation picture. This is the recovery, just to indicate to the Honorable Committee the improvement that we have seen since the establishment of the Special Tribunal. We have seen the improvement in terms of recoveries. As you can see, from 2021, 22 up to 23-24. And we have seen huge percentage increases in terms of the recoveries. We're really pleased that really the recovery processes, the recovery machinery is really working well. This, of course, is in conjunction. This can only depend on the effective investigation by the teams to ensure that they bring to the civil litigation cases that are processed to the Special Tribunal for recovery. And of course, as we go to the Special Tribunal, we find that the private sector companies that are involved, they push back, they defend their cases rigorously. But we are pleased that if I were to just really high level indicate our success rate in the litigation process, I could easily put it at about 98% success rate. We are pleased with the civil litigation team. Honorable Chair, we just didn't add up the totals of those amounts, but as I was preparing for this presentation, I sort of just to show the impact, added up the columns, just to indicate the 23-24 column downward. It's adding up to 8.4 billion. So of all the performance measures that are bringing in the money back into government, all these indicators, potential value of cash review recovered, annual cash recoveries, value of contract set aside, value of potential losses prevented, all of those for this particular year count more than 8.4 billion. And of all the years that we have counted here, Honorable Chair, we've managed to really count up to 42.9 billion. That's as I worked through this, of course, assisted by the CFO who calculated. These are the numbers that we are seeing. Really very satisfactory. We expect that there should be improvement going forward, because the Honorable Chair and the Honorable members may be aware that the special tribunal judges, there was a bit of a delay. Some of them went back to the high courts where they came from, and we experienced a bit of a delay. But we are expecting now, between the President and the Chief Justice, we are informed by the Department of Justice that process to appoint other judges has now been completed. We may be seeing a proclamation of those judges anytime soon, in which case we are going to see now civil litigation cases being processed speedily. We expect to see the improvement in these numbers of the recoveries. Thank you. You can proceed. Again, the next slide really just shows the recoveries in another format. As you can see, these are the years that we indicated. You can see 21, 22 really was almost like a dip, but we went up. We went up in this year, 23, 24, which showed 2.285 billion recoveries. Right. The next slide, Honorable Chair. These are the slides that really indicate the role of the Special Tribunal. Without going through it in detail, the Special Tribunal has really shown a value to add to the fight against corruption. It has enabled quick recovery process, and we have seen that the quickest way of recovering the lost money has even cost the people that we are recovering from to push back. They challenged the jurisdiction of the Special Tribunal. They challenged it up to the Constitutional Court. But we are pleased that the Constitutional Court, in March of last year, returned the judgment, really stamping down the jurisdiction of the Special Tribunal, that they've got the jurisdiction to cancel contracts and adjudicate on the legality of contracts. So now it's clear we don't expect any other challenges to the Special Tribunal. It will really continue to adjudicate. And again, amongst others, bullet number 3, just to indicate this civil litigation process, it's used for preservation of forfeiture orders, interdicting of pension benefits to former state employees, because we have seen that state officials, when they are faced with irregularities, they are quick to resign. So we've taken an approach that says, as they resign in the face of the investigations or civil litigation, we interdict the payout of their pensions until the process is done, and those pensions are forfeited to the state based on the adjudicatory process. You can really slide on. These are the cases, as I indicated, that are pending now in the Special Tribunal. This is on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, we've indicated matters that are still in the high courts. And we really are working hard, and Advocate Vanara and his team are working very hard to ensure that there's a special monitoring of the movement of the cases in the High Courts. There are legal processes that are involved to ensure that these cases are adjudicated speedily, including, engaging the judges that are presiding together with the litigants to ensure that there's case management, case administration. So we're expecting to see speedy adjudication of those cases. On the left-hand side, as I indicated, is cases that are in the special tribunal. All of these cases, these are all the results of the investigation teams that are now bringing the recovery process amongst other outcomes over and above the prosecution, disciplinary hearings, and so on. This is the area where really we call this our niche, because this is the area that we control end to end, from the inception to the end. Unlike the others, for prosecution, we hand over to NPA. For disciplinary action, we hand over to the state institutions to implement. This one, we implement and we ensure that it ends and ends well. A combined value of these two areas, High Courts and Special Tribunal, when I added them, it gives me about 90.4 billion, 78.9 plus 11.5. That's really quite a high number. So that if all these matters are adjudicated speedily, we are likely to see the recoveries that we showed above, really recovering the money back to the state so that it can be used for public interest that it was meant for. Thank you. The next few slides, Honorable Chair, these are really the slides that now show the details around these recoveries. This is where the annual performance report comes in now. In terms of the maintaining unqualified audit, we achieved this target, and we're really pleased about that. We are wanting to make sure that going forward, we achieve unqualified audit opinion with no findings, which really means clean audit. We'll continue to monitor that space. Employee turnaround rate was 4%. We achieved it. We are really pleased that the human capital team really working together with all the members of SIU are ensuring that our employee value proposition continues to be indicated. Number of stakeholder engagements and awareness campaigns. This is where we do campaigns with state institutions. We've done up to now 13 stakeholder engagements and awareness campaigns, which were conducted, and we received really good feedback from the state institutions that we work with. Next slide. The next slide, again, this is really at the risk of repeating, but this is where now the details are over and above that are in the annual report itself. At the bottom of the pages there is a reference to the annual report page where this could be found. The rent value of actual cash and or assets to be recovered, we've achieved that. And again, we are showing on the comment side which investigations really contributed to the high value. The Transnet investigation, NSFAS investigation, and of course other investigations. These two are the high value impact investigations that contributed to this. The rent value of actual cash and or assets recovered, we achieved that. And again, Transnet and NSFAS being the biggest contributors here. The rent value of contract and administrative decisions and actions set aside, these are where the contract has been set aside. We achieved the target. And again, the ESCOM investigations was the highest contributor. Rent value of potential loss prevented, again, I've already mentioned this. This one's in the medical legal investigation, where we have really found that the lawyers have made claims that they have submitted. And as a result of our investigations, we were quick to indicate to the Department of Health that these are fraudulent claims, and they were quick to stop those payments. We really at this stage did matters to the tune of 1.9 billion that we are really happy that we helped government from losing that money. The next slide. There's a number of referrals for disciplinary actions against officials. Again, the target was achieved. The biggest contributor being the Unemployed Insurance Fund, a UIF, which really was a biggest contributor on this one. Number of referrals for administrative action, as I indicated earlier on, the Department of Transport was the biggest contributor. Number of referrals made for prosecution, we achieved that. Again, the biggest contributor here being the UIF. Targets, all those achieved. The next slide being the number of investigations closed. I indicated that we achieved that. There were about 956 investigation closed. The UIF proclamation is the biggest contributor. Now, the rand value of matters in respect of which evidence was referred to the special tribunal, as we indicated, 4.8 billion. You can see there that really the excess of the target was about 2.5 billion. I'll come back to the assets versus the achievement thereof in terms of year-on-year comparison. Next slide. No, sorry. The number of cases issued at the special tribunal, we aimed to issue 45. We only issued 43. And those are the ones where we really couldn't process the cases adequately because the legal panel that we had really had to be reconstituted or based on the Auditor General's findings. So we are busy reconstituting that so that it should be easier to process those cases. Number of reports to the president, we reported 26, the target which was 25. The next few slides are now almost at the end. The percentage of allegations received, we processed them 100%. As I said, whistleblowers, state departments, some parliamentary committees referring the allegations, we then ensure that we process them 100%. Number 4.2 is the allegations again that were assessed and registered, 100% thereof. And then the number of anti-corruption forums that we had, this is where we include the whole of society. We had about 11 anti-corruption forums meetings, quite intensive, very demanding, but we ensure that all of those sectors are convened, law enforcement agencies are involved, civil society, labor, and the others. And we continue to ensure that those are held. And we have received positive feedback from all the members of the community that are participating. Next slide is the lifestyle audits that we have conducted. I've already indicated that this is a very important process, amongst others, in the fight against corruption. Once the lifestyle audits are concluded and concluded effectively, we are able to see, call it key risk indicators that the state institutions are able to act on. 4.5, implementation of data analytics capability. The data analysis and the analytics program, particularly the predictive modeling of corruption data, is really the way to go. After analyzing that data, we are able to show government what are the exposures. And we've got a whole lot of tools that we use. We've got a team here that does modeling and data analytics. We've really seen that it works and works very well. The next slide, Honorable Chair, as I indicated, that the targets that we set versus the achievements. As the Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee would see, that the percentage increase are really quite high. And we always want to answer the question that says, are we not setting soft targets? We are not. And these are the targets increase year on year. Of course, there's a way that the head of strategy and her team are guiding the business on how to set the targets from the performance management perspective, so that they are, what do they call it, smart. From a strategic perspective, that they are measurable and all of that, and that is not is really not a soft target. But we are pleased because we really aimed for SIU to be a high-performing organization, focused on outputs, and we continue to do that. Our employees, our members, all really understand the strategic focus area and what is it that needs to be done. We ensure that they've got the tools of trade. Of course, now on the budget side, we will come back and indicate. So Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, as you can see, this is really showing a year-on-year picture of the setting of targets and how we have increased the targets year on year. We will be going to a strategy session now in November, December. We are again going to review the targets so that we stretch them. And when we stretch the targets, we are ensuring that the outcomes really benefit the public, in the sense that the money recovered, consequence management, it's really contributing to the overall fight against corruption. Next slide. Next slide is still the continuation of the year-on-year target comparison, showing the increases. The next slide, the proclamations that we received in the year under review. Honorable Chair, you'll see that we're not really going into details. The details of the spheres of government that we are investigating are all contained in the annual report itself. Proclamations issued in the year under review. We've got 16 proclamations that were issued in various spheres of government, and the ongoing investigations. We've got 24 ongoing at national government, 31 provincial government investigations, 15 investigations at local government, and 8 investigations ongoing at the state-owned entities. Chair, Honorable Chair, and Honorable Members, that really concludes the performance part on the core business side, which is the investigations, data analytics, prevention, and the civil litigation recoveries. Of course, as we do the work, as I indicated, we want to ensure that we do it based on adequate governance structure. And the governance structures that we have, can you page on, please? The governance structures that we have, they are in place. We ensure that the presentation to other committees, such as the parliamentary committees, which we get called from time to time, we present, and we really have documented. We were called by the Portfolio Committee of Justice and Correctional Services at the time. We indicate the times that we were there. The Portfolio Committee, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts has called us from time to time. Portfolio Committee on Trade and Industry. As you can see, the high number, the high value or high intensity is in SCOPA, simply because they've taken an approach that in monitoring the state accounts, they would like us to indicate our investigations and where the investigations are revealing the weaknesses in the accounting systems or on the administration system. The next slide. Next slide indicates now the internal committees. We've got committees that we have put in place to ensure that they assist us to monitor, and they are chaired by non-executives to ensure that they really monitor the environment. We've got the audit committee, with the risk management committee. We've got the information technology committee. We've got the human capital committee. In the year under review, I think at some point we really indicated that we needed the finance committee, which was constituted. I think it was constituted after the year under the review. but that committee has since been established as well, because we decided that there's a need to focus on financial management and financial compliance in terms of the Finance Management Act. The next slide indicates the internal audit plan under the Chief Audit Executive. They have their plan that they've put in place. That function reports directly to the audit committee. Doesn't report to me as the accounting authority, but of course we contribute to the audit plan in terms of the areas of business that would require audited. But they also identify the areas by themselves. It's a risk-based approach. They look into the risk management side, the risk management plans. Their previous audits were indicating the weaknesses in the controls, and they've now selected those areas that are shown there for audit. The details are in the annual report on the page 114 there. We're really pleased that they've shown their independence, the audit committee as we speak, and they've got the audit committee report. And the audit chair, the chair of the audit, usually would, the portfolio committee had requested us previously to invite the chair of the audit committee. He is also not well. He couldn't join us today, but they continue to do their work independently with no interference. And we are really glad that they continue to keep us on our toes to ensure that we improve the control environment. Okay, the next slide. As part of our governance, we ensure that the whistleblowing, I've already touched on this. We've got the toll-free number, the fax to email, SMS number, and also the digital platform where they report. We are satisfied that it is working well, and we are satisfied that the allegations that are reported are assessed appropriately. The statement at the end there says, for the year under the review, we received about 1,531 reports. Of course, compared to the previous year, which show 1,717 reports. The next two slides, without going through them in detail, as we do the strategic assessment, led by the Chief Risk Officer, we do strategic risk assessment so that we continue to monitor whether we are on track. Are there any hindrances that could really hinder us from achieving our objectives? We have the first block, which is the risk number 1, is about safety. There we have already indicated safety of employees, investigators, whistleblowers. We look at the risk, and we continue to ensure that it's reviewed adequately. Risk number 2 is about the debt collection. We've identified it as a risk that if we don't collect the debt that's owing to the SIU, while we are still financially sound, if that debt is not collected, it might end up negatively affecting our operations. It's not negatively doing that at the moment because we're really ensuring that our financial management is sound, but there is a risk that if it's not collected, it might affect. The third block, risk number 3, is about the resources. Adequate human resources capacity to execute our work. We continue to monitor the teams. We continue to monitor that they are well-resourced. Next slide, risk number 4. This is about the civil litigation space. Again, I've already spoken about that, we continue to monitor the activities of the special tribunal where we realize that we need to indicate to the Department of Justice as we know that the court system lies with the Department of Justice. We cannot go in there independently and engage with the judges. But again, where there's shortfalls, we indicate to the Department of Justice so that it can be addressed. We identified already the issue around the judges. We took it up with with the Department of Justice is now being addressed. We're happy about that. Number 4, it's risk number 5, sorry, is the investigations turnaround time. This is so key that for us to maintain our reputation for our clients, so to speak, is to ensure that we investigate speedily, on time. And as we say speedily, we say to the investigating teams that while we expect you to investigate speedily, we are not accepting any compromise to the quality of the investigation. And we continue to monitor that space. And then the risk number 6 is the implementation of SIU referrals. I've already indicated that we are working with the presidency, the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, and the DPSA, so that our referrals can continue to be monitored. Because if we do not monitor the implementation of the SIU referrals, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, then the impact of our work will be lost. The last block is risk number 7, which is about the prevention. As we move forward now, we are really going to lift up the efforts around assisting government around the prevention of corruption, maladministration. So as I indicated, we've already drafted the National Corruption Prevention Framework, which we would like to take through government processes so that it is signed off and we can do public consultation so that it also has the buy-in of the public in the same way that the National Anti-Corruption Strategy was consulted on. So we continue to watch the risks, monitor the risks in that case. So just to give the Honorable Chair, Honorable Members assurance that as we speak today, none of these risks has materialized such that we are saying, no, there's a red flag. The one, of course, that raises a serious risk is the safety of our investigators and whistleblowers and the debt collection. At the moment, we're really monitoring them very, very closely to ensure that they do not materialize. Honorable Chair and honorable members, I'm going to pause here and hand over to my colleague, Mrs. Heila Dreyer, to take the honorable committee through the human capital information. Ms. Dreyer, are you ready to come on platform, please, so that you take the committee through the human capital information, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate, Honorable Chair and members. Our key priorities in human capital is the following, and we are also tracking the metrics of all of these. You will see in the round blocks, we've got the staff complement, vacancy rate, staff turnover, performance agreements, and then also black-female transformation. It's notable that our staff complement is now at the end of the period. It was 702 compared to the previous period of 601. And of these, we've got 87% are permanent employees and 13% are fixed-term contracts. Vacancy rate is still there at 12%, and we're trying to keep it at 12%. There were 21 terminations, of which 13 were voluntary resignations, and involuntary resignations, that would now be the retirements and deaths, were 8 that we had during this period. Performance agreements are all signed. And then also, if we look at the black-female transformation, you will see that in the senior and top management group, we have got 51 employees there, of which 32 are black women. And then we've also got 32% are the number of females that we've got there. In the next page or next slide, you will see that between 2003 2004, the SIU's workforce expanded by 101 employees. The ratio at the moment between operations and our enablement or support staff is at the moment at 80 to 20%, 80% being core employees, 20% being enablement employees. So in the next slide, you will see, next slide. In the next slide, you will see a similar projection of what Advocate Matibi actually said with the proclamations that came and that are on their way. So we are tracking and we are still on track with our MTEF target to reach 800 employees and to appoint them. So, but with this unexpected surge in proclamations, we are trying to be very proactive and we are trying to keep ahead of this surge and to be ready for the new employees and to have new employees ready. So in the next slide, you will see the capacity planning and anticipated growth in proclamations. You will also remember that in one of the previous slides, we were identified as, or this was identified as one of the risks. It was actually risk number 3, where the risk was inadequate human resources available for all the new proclamations. So what we started to do was to scope the projects for human resource needs, skills, and then also to look and to review the tools of trade and facilities. We also proactively started to advertise for various skills on investigations. And then we also looked at not only at the operations, because we are trying to keep a balance between operations and also the enablement functions, because with new staff, we also need some enablement people. And then the last one, and this is one of our bigger efforts, is also to capacity building, specifically on forensic accounting, cyber forensics, and also forensic investigations. If we just look at what we've done with forensic accounting, we only had 9 in the previous year. We already appointed 8 new employees in the new year, and so we're already sitting at 17. Our forensic lawyers, we had 31 in the previous year, so we are currently sitting at 45. So we are trying to stay ahead of this the tsunami that came, that is coming with the new proclamations. Forensic data analysts, from 4 we already appointed it, so that we are currently sitting at 6. And then also in the forensic cyberspace, we have got 5 employees there. In the next slide, you will notice that we've got a very big emphasis on high performance, and our culture is also one of high performance. So the full performance report was also presented to the Human Capital Committee, and that's one of the internal committees which they reviewed, and they also satisfied themselves with the outcome of it. And they are also satisfied with the bell curve that you will see. And the bell curve is the one in blue, but our performance was the one in the red line over the last period. In the next slide, you will see the training costs. The training cost in the third block from the left at the bottom, you will see it was at 11 million. Which will show you a 1.4% of our payroll. We have also put in place SIU Anti-Corruption and Cyber Academy. This whole effort started in 2017, and we received partial accreditation in March 2024 from PCTA. In May 2024, this is now in the next period, we received full accreditation, and we will provide far more information in the next year. Which is quite exciting, because we are not only training our own partners here in our borders, but we started to move to outside the borders. We're talking about SADC and also the broader Africa, and then also even further afield. But Advocate Matibi will also provide you with more information on that. If we look in the next slide, you will notice our employment equity statistics. Remember, this specific slide is looking at the males. We are meeting our employment equity targets, and we report on our targets at the Employment and Labour Department. You will specifically notice that in the African racial group, we've got 73 out of the 109 employees are African, which show 66% in that specific group. So in the next slide, you will see the females. 63% African females in top management and in senior management, which is quite an accomplishment at this stage, but we know that we can do far better with this one. In the next slide, you will see the disability appointments, standing at 9 in the right-hand block with total. They are also on various occupational levels, and also in various racial groups. 3 of them have physical disabilities and 6 non-physical disabilities. In the next slide, you will see how we are tracking our whole process and how we are proceeding with our representation in the African demographics. You will see on the second block, this is where SIU started. Second block on the left-hand side, SIU at 1 May 2022. And this is where we stood at the end of the period, 31st March 2024. On African group, you can see the growth that we are going through. But also, if you look at the economic active population on the right-hand side, this is where we are moving towards. But we are making very good strides with regards to that. In the next slide, that is according to our labor relations, we've got the 3 verbal warnings and also the 1 written warning. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Well, thank you, Ms. Dreyer. Honourable Chair, as I indicated, she was representing the Chief Human Capital Officer, Ms. Neptune Masombuga, who is currently seconded at the Department of Justice. But thank you, Ms. Dreyer, to really give assurance to the committee that from a human capital, human resource perspective, we are presenting to the committee that while we are still adequately resourced, we continue to ensure that there's a big focus because of the increase in the proclamations that we really did not expect that it would come as quick as they are coming in now. It's good for our business, but you know, we really did not anticipate that justice would now really start churning out the proclamations as quickly as they do. And the minister was quite clear that she's going to really ensure that, you know, the proclamations are processed, and we are seeing that the president is really signing proclamations that were in the pipeline. So what are we doing to do that? We anticipated that they will come, but we didn't expect that they will come as speedily as they're coming. So now we've put together a focused plan on ensuring that we resource ourselves speedily. Of course, with the budget that we have, and the CFO will come in now with a budget presentation, we will be amongst others indicating to the committee that for us to be adequately resourced going forward, we are really continuing to plead with Justice and National Treasury that they should not cut our budget, because there's an expectation by the public that the matters that they have reported would be executed upon. Of course, we work within the fiscal framework, but we will do the best with the budget that we have. On that note, I would like to invite the Chief Finance Officer to come in and just really present our finance environment. Just the last point on the human capital side, we are really sure our environment is unionized. So from the employee-employer relations and employer representatives, the human capital space ensures that the employee representatives are also brought on board. They understand our business. They understand where we're going. Where it's possible, we co-create with them, just so that they are part of the business. Of course, while the management processes are a prerogative of management. On the slides on the data around employees, we are really happy that we are beginning to show that we are also contributing to the employment for the disabled, which we are really encouraged our recruitment to also focus on that. CFO, if you can come in, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate Mtibi. Honorable Chair, honorable members. This slide, this is a compliance report. In terms of the PFMA and Treasury regulations, we are required to make sure that we pay timeously. So these just represent some of the stats. In terms of as a 3A entity, we need to pay within 30 days, or where we in certain instances agree longer periods, we do so, mostly with our travel company. But these represent that of the valid invoices received, we have paid 30 days or agree period. We've paid 9,065 out of the total of 9,272, which represents 98%. Now, in certain instances, we do have queries, and those would be then the reason why we have not paid in time. We raised those queries validly so. We sorted out and then we paid. So I can also report that of the where we've raised the queries on the 207 invoices, all of them have been paid subsequent to year end. Thank you. Yes, I'm going to concentrate just on the main items. I think as Advocate Mtibi there of the unit has already reported, we have received then a unqualified audit opinion, which we are very grateful for. And then obviously the basis for the opinion was the fact that the Auditor General has applied themselves in terms of the audit standards and was able then to express a unqualified audit opinion on the annual financial statements. Next slide. This is the summary. So for the year ended 31 March 2024, the SIU did conclude with a deficit of 145 million. Now that was not a cash deficit. It was a what is called accrual accounting deficit, and it was mainly related to the fact that in the income statement, or then called the statement of financial performance, we needed to accrue for a growth in the provision for bad debt. So we look at the debt book, and in terms of generally recognized accounting practices, and then we take a view on whether we're going to receive the funds. And if we take a conservative approach, we then raise the provision for bad debt. So it's not physically writing it off, but we do have a provision as per GROP. So that then brought us in the statement of financial position, the balance sheet. It brought us to an accumulated surplus of 833 million on the shareholders' interest side. And then on the asset side, the majority of that was then reflected in the cash reserve still of 627 million. Now, we are happy to report that yesterday, as late as yesterday, we've received in the surplus retention letter approval from a National Treasury, which means that as a 3A entity, we are allowed to keep the surplus, to use it for future operations. Okay, I think the main items with regards to the indicators is as I've mentioned, this has been tracking it over the last 5 years. You will notice that we were able to hover around 700 million for about 4 years, 750 million. For the year under review, it came slightly down to a figure of 627 million, which, as Advocate Matibi has indicated, there are some yellow flags on the horizon if we do not recover our debt. But we are still a very good going concern with 627 in the bank cash surplus. Then the next slides, I'm not going to go into the detail. This depicts the statement of financial position, the balance sheet. The next one, which would be the statement of financial performance. You can go to the next slide. And then also the cash flow after this. From there, it goes into detail. There's some detail notes relating to the actual expenses. Which again, I'm not going to cover in the interest of time. On this slide, you will notice that the expenses is by far 80% of the expenses is cost of employment as a result of us being an investigative agency. Thank you. Not going to go into this one, just stand still at the gross debt. You will notice that in the balance sheet, we account for the gross debt. In other words, almost 1.2 billion, but against it, as I've mentioned, we make a provision for bad debt, for doubtful debt, to the tune of 890 million, which brings the net figure in the balance sheet to a figure of 276 million. Next slide. However, when we manage our debt, we obviously look at the gross debt because we have not written it off. So if you look at the end of March, the invoiced debt was a figure of just over 1,047 million, and it is split amongst the 4 spheres of government. The biggest one being provincial, or then the public entities representing 35%, then provincial 30%, 316 million, and then local government, municipalities, which is very problematic, 21%, 223 million, and lastly, national departments, 14%, 143 million. Next slide. Again, the focus project that we've started, and we are about 18 months, 24 months into it. We're now at the stage in our project Kukela, where we've written to all the institutions. We've made sure that they received all the invoices, all the progress reports. We are now on the fourth step there. We are in the process of submitting to the various institutions through our minister, to the executive authorities, letters of demand and letters for requesting payment, and those will go out by the end of October. And after that, we will then, depending on the feedback, we will either invoke the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, or depending on the merits of each case, we will take necessary action. The bottom line being that we want to recover our debt in order to sustain our operations in the medium to longer term. Thank you. We can once again go down. I think the last slide, I want to just touch on irregular expenditure. This is our general expenses, not going to go into the detail. You can slide through them. They explain themselves. The last slide I want to just touch on is irregular expenditure. Now, for the year, actually in the 22-23 year, during the audit, we awarded a tender for a panel of attorneys in order to assist with the civil litigation. And during the evaluation process, the bid evaluation committee applied themselves and in certain instances accepted reference letters and in other instances not. Unfortunately, the AG had found technically that the interpretation was not justified and not in line with the published criteria, and unfortunately it was then declared irregular. We immediately then stopped payments, but for the year, for the work that had already been done, we had incurred irregular expenditure 14.4 million. And for that, we are in the process of requesting condonation. As I've said, we've stopped the panel, and we are going out on tender for a new panel in order to stop the gaps that have come through in the previous evaluation. Thank you, Chair and honourable members.
Thank you. Thank you, CFO. Thank you very much. Honorable Chair and honorable members, Mr. Lekgatho, if you can go to slide 71. Sorry, I'm not really taking the presentation back, but just to state that often a question comes out whether we are using consultants in our investigations. We have created internal capability. Well, in the previous years, and I'm talking more than 10 or so years ago, SIU used to really have a skewed ratio of internal capability versus consultants that were used. But that picture has changed now. We use, I would say, 100% dependent on our internal capability. But because of the nature of our investigations, from time to time, we would need to go out and get the resources that we require for specific investigations. In many instances, is the capability that we don't ordinarily employ, like engineers, architects, and so on, when we investigate in the infrastructure area. From time to time, we do tap into the panel of service providers that we have created. Again, as the proclamations increase now, while we adequately resource ourselves internally, from time to time we do source into those panels. But we depend on the SIU members to do the work. I really wanted to just indicate that to the honorable committee. The next slides that are following on international collaboration. To do our work, we also interact with other international platforms. We participate at those platforms, and we've got international partners. Really, this slide is really just to say, from benchmarking ourselves, that we benchmark well with the world in terms of the expectations as dictated by the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And of course, we participate at other associations. We didn't go into detail except just to show the names of those partners that we interact with at the next slide. The next slide just depicts this quite intense work that we do, but we're really happy that the message to bring to the committee is that we believe we are benchmarking well with the world, because we benchmark on best practices. We participate in those platforms together with other government entities to ensure that the obligations of the country in terms of the international instruments, SADC instruments, African Union instruments, that the government can really report that we are complying. At the regional, continental, global bodies, we've got on the left-hand side is the African Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities. We've got the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Authorities. In the middle is the International Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities, which SIU is the vice president of. And then we've got the French collaboration. They're assisting really with the creation of the or capacitating of the academy. Then we've got SADC, and then we've got also Commonwealth Africa again, which is the training center, and then the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime under the UNCAC, United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And then Ms. Dreyer reported that we have established the academy, We're really pleased that that academy has now been fully accredited. We are taking our members through that training, but that training also interacts and collaborates with other international academies. On the left-hand side is the International Academy Against Corruption. And then we've got, it has blanked out. Mr. Lkheto, can you please look at, there we go. Thank you. And then we've got, again, as I said, the interaction with the French embassy, that we're working well with them. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and our Minister of Justice at the time signed an agreement between the two countries to support. Then at the bottom there, we've got all those anti-corruption authorities that we have really entered into memorandum of agreements with, because they've shown interest to also go through our learning and development program, because they realize really that we can learn from each other. The Independent Commission Against Corruption in Hong Kong, in the world, Hong Kong is said to be the best anti-corruption authority. We continue to interact with them to ensure that we learn from them and they learn from us. And on the continent, we've got those other countries, anti-corruption authorities, Zambia, Madagascar, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Malawi, Eswatini. We've got Mali as well, and others that are still coming on stream. Lesotho has approached us, and we will really continue to work with them so that we are counted in the international community of anti-corruption authorities. Thank you. The next slide. The next slide really just highlights now the details of the activities, the highlights of international collaboration, without really going through them in detail. That's really the detail of how we are collaborating with them. Next slide. The next slide is about stakeholder engagement. Really managed and ran through Mr. Khanyaho's team and Mr. Maharaj, who's now not well today. We reach out to communities in the country, various provinces, and we are really happy that the feedback that we get is that these engagements are continuing to really educate the public on the work of the SIU. The next slide is really a continuation of the stakeholder engagement. You'll see that amongst others, over and above, government institutions and the public, there's also a collaboration with the universities, and those would really go a long way in assisting us to ensure that we improve on our learning and development, curriculum building, and all of that. But at the bottom, you can see there that there's various other organizations, but I want to pick on the one on the extreme right, at the bottom right, which is the G20. The Honorable Chair and Honorable members would be aware that as a country, we are taking over the chair of G20 next year. So SIU has been approached to chair the G20 Anti-Corruption Working Group. So we know that that's going to be very intensive. We know that it's going to require really more efforts, but we have geared up. We are ready to execute that function on behalf of the country and the public of South Africa. If you go to the next slide, the next slide introduces the digitization. We are almost at the end. The digitization program of the organization. I'm going to call on the Chief Information Officer, whom I have checked with. She is in the meeting. Earlier on, she had a bit of glitch in connecting, but she can introduce herself quickly and take the committee really through how is it that we are digitizing our processes, because the future really expects organization to digitize, where we really reduce human intervention so that we can improve on our business. Ms. Zwane, are you able to come in?
Yes, I'm able to come in, HOU. Thank you.
Please show your face as you present the committee.
I have opened my camera. Is it Yeah, I think the light is better this way. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity. My name is Tumelo Zwane. I am the CIO for SIU. My main role is to ensure that we enable SIU for technological, using technology and ensuring that we are able to provide the services that SIU needs. Part of our strategy is to ensure that our environment is stable, making sure from a network point of view, from an infrastructure point of view, the environment is running successfully. Now, our strategy entails stabilizing the environment, optimizing digitization, and then last and not least, our digital-driven activities where we are making sure that our investigations are driven by a high data analytics capability. So part of our responsibility, it is to ensure that we provide these capabilities and give processes that will allow and give analytical driven processes. Next slide. Over the years, we have managed to be, next slide. Thank you so much. Over the years, we have drafted an operational value chain in the context of trying to digitize the ICT, the value chain, the operational value chain. Part of our activities is to ensure that we've introduced case registration and case management systems that will allow all our cases at proclamation phase enough database information to actually register. There's a hand up.
Yes, CIO, through you, Honorable Chair, can I come in?
Sorry, Chair.
We're experiencing connectivity problem from your side, CIO. I think you need to just make sure that you're properly connected. And if you don't mind, in the interest of time, really, I wouldn't like doing this to you, you know. But in the interest of time, I will proceed so that we save time, because there's a connectivity problem on your side.
Chairperson.
Okay.
Honorable, oh, there we go.
Apologies.
Chairperson.
Honorable Mkhwebana, I see your hand is
Oh yes, I've been raising my hand. I wanted to propose that.
Can you pause there?
I wanted to propose that she can switch off her camera and then she can continue.
Oh,
but
I see.
yeah, I think that was
Better connectivity, yes. I think.
Okay, thank you, Advocate. Okay, Ms. Zwane, please try that. Switch off your camera and then proceed.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. I think I will try this, and it might actually give us much better connectivity. As I was talking about our pre-proclamation, making sure that we've got proper case registration management systems, which enable us to monitor and manage our cases in a more structured manner. Part of our digitization program is to ensure that we also have introduced over the past year litigation management system, which enables our civil litigation environment to actually use a case management system that allows them to also, from a technological point of view, run their cases digitally. The last part, it is then our case monitoring system, which allows us to churn out our reports and provide systematic recommendations using data analytics. The core of our digitization program, it is to ensure that we've got a data warehouse which stores all the different information that we have from different data sources. from this data warehouse, we then are able to create proper models that will be used in our investigations. So our whole program encompasses a full management of all our different manual systems. Next slide. Now, as much as we need to digitize our investigation processes, we also need to make sure that we integrate all these different all the different processes into a fully functional ERP. Now, with this in mind, we need to be able to run the organization in a well-structured manner. So implementing an integrated digitization program for business systems allows us to be able to do and use decisions and do decision making from a digital point of view. So one of our key projects that we are also currently in a testing phase of is visualization. With the visualization, we would like to provide insights and information to public information on the lifeline, on the lifeline of our investigations. So on our website, we are going to be able to provide a timeline on how far we are with our investigations. In that manner, we keep our public informed on how far we are with a particular proclamation and where it is in the process. That's part of our initiatives of efficiencies and improving efficiencies as SIU. Next slide. Now, looking ahead beyond 2024, we are definitely looking at artificial intelligence as one of the key technologies that have impacted the world over. However, with the risks that it provides, as SIU, we need to make sure that it does not create gaps and actually vulnerabilities. So in that regard, we're looking at what workflows we currently have that can be automated using AI to improve on our turnaround times. We're already using AI in the side of our cybersecurity, where AI is then used to make sure that we are monitoring all the different behaviors from our users internally, and we are able to quickly respond if there are any threats that are presented from any threat hunters externally. So these are some of the uses of technology in SIU that we are using technology to ensure that we are able to provide and improve our turnaround times. Next slide. I think from our side, this is basically our vision and the future of how we are making sure from a digital point of view, we use technology. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Zwani. Honorable Chair and honorable members, really the message we are bringing to the committee is that from an IT perspective, of importance is to ensure that our system uptime supports the investigations adequately. And the CIO and her team are ensuring stability in the system. Of course, we live in that era where we've got hackers and all those, and we know that there's various state institutions that has experienced the hacking experience. We are really thankful that up to now, and hopefully going forward, we can continue to really ward off those hackers. And it's not because they're not trying. there's a report that the CIO and her team gives us at EXCO to show how many attempts were made into our system. And the cyber security system that we have identifies those threats, identifies those, and then blocks them. And we really would like to continue to do that. This slide really just to really repeat what we have said already. We've got our vision. We want to continue to be the state's preferred agency to investigate and to litigate for corruption-related matters. We are going to be increasing the momentum on the prevention side, and we know that we need multi-agency collaboration with the other agencies in the country, law enforcement agencies and other state-owned entities. The CIO has just presented on the digitization program. You can go to the next slide. The next slide really is conclusion before the part 2, but this concludes on the presentation of the annual report, and then we'll be coming to the part 2, which is around quarter one of performance and financial information. But in brief, really is to say we as SIU are committed to serve the people of South Africa and to take a leading role to prevent and combat maladministration, fraud, and corruption by focusing on societal and systems that make it difficult to engage in such acts of impropriety. To achieve this, we have increased public awareness, as I indicated, about targeted anti-corruption behavior through awareness and outreach initiatives. We have ensured that we have got methodologically sound approaches to raising awareness, and that have been shown to influence the knowledge, attitudes, and behavior of the public. As such, and through this strategy, the SIU will be instrumental in contributing to the National Development Plan implementation, the vision of ensuring a corruption-free South Africa by 2030. Honorable Chair and honorable members, the annual report and the information we presented today really presents SIU as an ongoing concern, and we are pleased that yesterday Treasury allowed us to keep the surplus, but of course there's financial regulations around how to manage the surplus. We still are really saying and pleading with the National Treasury that they really shouldn't cut drastically our budget. We are presenting an SIU to the Honorable Committee with a highly skilled staff to enable SIU to achieve its mandate. We want to continue to be a high-performing organization with the performance targets that are achieved. We've just presented to the committee the digitization of the business value chain, and business being the core business and the enabling functions business, which are the support service, to improve the state institutions' experience and, of course, the public experience of the SIU work. At this stage, as we conclude, Honorable Chair, I'm going to invite Ms. Dlamini, who is the head of strategy, to take the committee through the Q1 24-25 performance. And of course, the CFO will take the committee through the Q1 finance information, and then we'll be closing. Ms. Dlamini, over to you, please.
Thank you, SIU, and good morning to the chairperson and to the committee members. I'll be taking the committee for Q1 of performance information. I'll be switching my video so that I will be saving the network on my side. This is a summary of the Q1 of the performance. It's highlighting the performance of the first quarter of the organization 24-25 financial year, as we have approved annual performance plan of 24-25. In the planning of our annual performance plan, we had about 19 indicators that were tracking in this year, which is 24-25. But during Q1, there were 10 of those KPIs that we tracked. The organization also achieved 8 out of 10 of the indicators, which translate to the 80% of the performance the organization that achieved in Q1. There were 2 KPIs or key performance indicators that under program 2. Under program 2, the program 2 is our operations that were not achieved as follows. The first one was the disciplinary referrals, which we didn't achieve. The target for Q1 was 50. We've managed to achieve 34. The second one that we didn't achieve was cases that are issued in the special tribunal. We had a target in Q1, which were 15. We achieved 13 on the target that was set on for Q1. Next slide. The next slide, we are just comparing Q1 of last year and the Q1 of this year. We are doing this so that we can track the performance in the organization, so that when we go to the second quarter and third quarter, we can see that how can we make sure that we mitigate, we don't fall short when it's come to the performance, so that we'll go back to that 100%, as we've indicated earlier on our annual report that we had 95%. Last year, we had also, in the Q1, we had about 78%. This year, we had 80% achieved on our programs, on our APP. Next slide. This is just a summary as indicated that each and every program in program 1, we had 100% that achieved. Only program 2 is highlighted in the summary that I spoke about prior, that we didn't achieve 2. And then in program 3, we achieved 100% of the planned target for Q1. Next slide. I won't be taking read by line, but I'll be just, this is an indication of how are we tracking our target. There are targets that were not planned on Q1 that we only report on the second quarter because of the nature of the business. But for information and just to give the comfort to the portfolio committee, we also included the progress that we are having before the Q2, which we are still busy compiling the report for Q2. So most of our targets which are not planned, but we do have what we call it the progress when it's come to those targets. Can you go down? The next slide. For example, if you look at this presentation, you'll find that there's no planned target on this quarter, but we're providing the portfolio committee so that they can have a view that there is work that has been done, even if it's not due for reporting, and then also assisting us to see whether we will meet the target as an organization that we've planned for each and every quarter. For example, if you look at the 2.3 on your left-hand side, the rand value of contract and administrative decision that are set aside or deemed invalid, we on the target for a year, we're looking that we will have 10 billion. And in Q1, because of the nature of the business, we are not reporting Q2, but already in the first quarter of the year, we've already had that set aside, which is 2.2 billion, which was the case on SIUS Com and ABB and Meta. Can we go down? Next slide. The one that is on red, when you look, is the one that we didn't achieve, as highlighted on our summary. But on this one, we have a corrective action, or we have planned to make sure that we will be able to achieve on when it's come to the next quarter. So there are referrals that are under review that will be finalized, which now including in the Q2, which Q2 we are still busy consolidating. So we will be able that we meet Q1 and Q2 target. Can you go down? And also when it's come to the number on the one that is 3.6, the number of cases in that are issued in a special tribunal as well. As I've said, that we always, when we don't achieve the target, we always put a implementation plan where we have a corrective action. So in this one, we already have papers that are intended as already on the pipeline, which also will be updated as we are busy with second quarter. The last one. This is just also showing on when it's coming to our market data analytics that we have trend analysis report as that we had for quarter one, and then we've met that target. I think the last slide. Okay, this is also highlighting on the market data analytics. And also what I like to highlight on the committee, the other work that we're doing is a number of lifestyle audits that are conducted as per request received from the state institution. We already on quarter one, we have conducted 3 lifestyle audits on PRASA and also on Northern Cape. That is a progress that we have on lifestyle audit. And also on the issue of the whistleblowing, we also have matters from hotline that were registered. And also when we receive allegation, we track those matters that are been reported, and we register them, and we do the assessment by the assessment committee. So they were also been assessed and they were already done. The last one, I think, is the end. Now, thank you so much. That is just a performance, a highlight performance information for quarter one. Thank you.
Okay, CFO, without the waste of time, can you please come in on the finance?
Okay, just quickly, thank you, Advocate. Next slide. Just to highlight this is for the first 3 months then. Gonna just concentrate on the total, the gray columns, actual versus budget. So on the income side, we're about 50 million under. If you look at the actual 244 million versus a budget of 295 million, and that's directly, the majority of that is directly related to the income that we invoice through our investigations, the so-called project income. You'll notice there that we've invoiced 105 million versus 152 million budget. Now, the budget is a bit high, and what we're doing about this is to make sure that in terms of our productivity of our individual investigators in operations, that we monitor that and with a view of improving that. Now, that's on the income, but on the expenses, it is balanced out by a under expenditure with regards to the expenses, 259 million for the 3 months versus 326 million. Leading to a 66 million variance. So right at the bottom line in terms of our surplus, then we ended with a actual deficit of 18 million versus budget of 31 million. So for the current year, we have budgeted for a deficit, and we've received the approval from National Treasury to do so in terms of the PFMA. But we are then on the bottom line, so-called bottom line, we 18 million deficit versus 31. So we 13 million positive. That's on the financial results. You can go down. There's not a lot of change in the debt. You will notice here at year end, it was just over 1 billion. It's still over 1 billion. It has risen slightly, 1,065 million. That is how it is split. And we've received for the first quarter, next slide, a figure of almost 90 million, 89 million. And we received most of that from public entities, making up 67% or then 60 million. So we are, as previously mentioned, we are pursuing then Project Kukela, and we're hoping that it will have some positive feedback and some positive impact in terms of the actual cash recoveries for the remainder of the year, which is about 6 months. Thank you. Oh, sorry, the budget. Just to touch on the budget, finally, you would notice in terms of the second, third line, the transfers received. This is the income that we receive from government. You will notice in the 22 year, 438, then it went up to 452 million, 490. And then 25, the current year, that it dropped right back to 450 million. So for this year and the future 2 years, unfortunately, we've been cut with about 171 million. our plea to Treasury is that the SIU doing the work that it is supposed to do should not be cut. It should not be painted with the same brush. Currently, we are in those discussions still, but unfortunately, however, we have been cut with the 171 million over the MTEF period. Down at the bottom, you will notice that this is the last year, the current year that we were allowed by Treasury to budget for a deficit. They've requested that we must return to what is called a balanced budget. But we are, however, worried that in order to do so, the income that we need to generate from the invoicing, the top line there, the sale of goods and services, is going to grow unrealistically high. And therefore, our plea then to Treasury to increase the transfers received to at least a level of about 60% of our operational expenses. Currently, we're standing over the 3-year future period at about 40%. So we're requesting Treasury to up that to at least 60 or 65%, so that we're not dependent on the invoicing and the issue of recovering debt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CFO. Honorable Chair and honorable members, that's our presentation. Just to indicate, we have noted that the Honorable Committee has requested us to appear on the 29th of October with regard to some of the details around some of the specific investigations, which of course today we couldn't do because of the nature of the annual report presented. We will be prepared to present on the 29th of October. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We really appreciate. We are here we can answer the questions that the Honorable Committee may have. Our colleagues are here in cases where they would need to come in and respond to some of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mutibe and the team from SIU. That was quite a comprehensive report. Members, any reactions to the report is submitted? Oh. Okay, it's Honorable Glover, Honorable Mani, Advocate Mkhwebane, Honorable Matafa, Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Dana. Members in that order. Honorable Glover.
Thank you, Chair. For bandwidth purposes, would you like me to put my camera on?
Yes, just put it on, then you can put it off. It's certainly because, Honorable Glover, this is our first time meeting with the SIU since the formation of the committee. So I think it's very important that for them as well, they must familiarize themselves with the committee members. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'll take note of the unqualified audits with material findings on the compliance. I'm not trying to nitpick, but the SIU should be setting a standard to the examples of those it investigates. And I think definitely a clean audit should be a priority. Chairperson, there are some red flags, in my opinion, and we've seen it materialize. In terms of the risk identified on the whistleblowers, they face threats, intimidation, and this should be protected at all costs. Whistleblowers are integral to uncovering the corruption, and especially since 1,531 reports were received from whistleblowers. And I'm sure the good outcomes of the SIU that it enjoys would not have been possible without them. Chairperson, do we believe that everything is being done to protect them? And what steps is the department taking to protect the whistleblowers? The second red flag is the recovery of debt. And despite the SIU's seemingly strong financial position, the recovery of debt remains a major challenge. Especially in local sphere of government, municipalities simply do not have resources to pay the SIU, as it's in most instances struggling to pay its debt on a day-to-day operational expenditure. And at this point, it's extremely important to note that municipalities contribute to about 21% of this debt and cannot pay most of the debt it incurs. And it's visible with the non-payments. You can see it in other entities that they're not paying. And this debt isn't decreasing, but it's rather increasing month to month, year on end. Ballooning debt across the board contributes negatively to our economy. The SIU is doing well for all intents and purposes, and it would be unfortunate to see that local municipalities, amongst others, bringing the institution down. What is the department actually doing to intervene with the problem of these non-payments of the local municipalities? When we as the portfolio committee also sat with the NPA, we learned that they didn't have, in their words, unhindered access to the Zonda database. And after a lot of back and forth, it came to light that they didn't approach the committees and try to rectify the issue. Similarly, the SIU hasn't approached the committee to assist in the matter of judges and under-resourcing with the necessary urgency to tackle, the urgency of corruption and the scourge of corruption outlined by the president. What is being held also to be, or done to be, hold officials accountable for the poor record keeping at state institutions, specifically such as the Passenger Rail Agency in South Africa, PRASA, and the Road Accident Fund, RAF, which has reportedly been hindering the SIU investigations. Also, I'd like to know, has there been sufficient attention given to the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which is supposed to have an all-society focus, and what could be done by the unit and Parliament to encourage all stakeholders to participate in the implementation? Something that caught my eye was the increase in training, and it's quite drastic. I think it's 2,171%. And while we note that training is obviously important and necessary, however, there must be some framework on how much increase is needed. I think in the 21-22 financial year, we saw a 573% increase in training expenditure. And then in the 22 to 23 fiscal year, we saw a 2,171% increase. 2,171. At some point, there needs to be a ceiling of increases. I also understand the reasons given, but what will the next increase be in the next financial year? Maybe a breakdown of expenditure for the programs may enable us to better understand and then obviously possibly justify it. Towards the end of the presentation, we heard of the 171 million budget cut imposed in the medium-term expenditure framework on the unit's operation. The SIU did, in fact, report a solid financial position, but it is concerning the challenges of non-payment from many institutions. Will there be a concerted effort to recover these funds, considering the cuts? And I think the last question I have will be pertaining to the contracts that were awarded to bidders based on evaluation adjudication criteria that differed from those stipulated in the original investigation for bidding. Why management did not adequately review and monitor controls to ensure compliance with the applicable laws and regulations? Why are these matters being resolved, and in the absence of a clean audit, should management be receiving performance awards? We cannot simply reward for the sake of rewarding, not in this department, I'm sure in none of the other departments either. Chair, I'll pause there.
Thank you, Honorable Mani.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me just get this on. Okay. Firstly, Chairperson, I just first want to welcome the presentation. I think this unit is doing very well, the professional and all of that. And I note the issue around the annual report that they had 1 year of what to call it, not clean audit, but I think they're working in the right direction. So I think for me, Advocate Mtibi has done very well. In fact, I think he has profiled this unit so well that I can't even tell you who was his predecessor, as it were, but him. I think everybody knows when you say SIU, there's going to be an Advocate Mtibi in the mix. Yeah, so I really am. I'm impressed, Chairperson. It's not easy to impress me, but I'm impressed. Yeah.
No, I'm laughing at the part that says I don't even know his predecessor.
Do you know, Chairperson? Maybe I must challenge you. Do you know?
No, I don't. I don't as well.
That's the point. That's the point. Yeah. Chairperson, a couple of things. One, on their legislative mandate, I just need clarity as to, isn't this too much overlap everywhere? I mean, what they mention as to what they do in their legislative mandate, they mention things like Criminal Procedure Act, they talk about combating corruption, but IDEC is saying the same thing with NPA. The Hawks are saying the same thing. Also, the public protector, although she doesn't do criminal procedure, but in terms of maladministration, which also the SIU is looking at, but also the public protector is also doing that. Isn't there a duplication and so on from where SIU sits? Do they have any specific proposals to streamline things so that we don't have an unnecessary overlap, as it were? So that's the first thing. The second thing, when Advocate Mtibi talks about being proactive, I'm struggling to understand how can they actually be proactive when they cannot move until a proclamation is signed? Can give an example, Chairperson. For instance, the recently signed 4-tier proclamation. Advocate Mtibi has been ready to deal with this thing since June, July last year. But the president has taken more than a year to sign that. So therefore, how do you become proactive if you've got such a constraint? So I'm not understanding, where does proactivity come in? I mean, they can see something is wrong, but in my understanding, unless my understanding is incorrect, they can't move up until there's a proclamation done. Now, in the absence of that, yeah, okay, I'm repeating myself. Yeah, can I just get an understanding on that part? And then, Chairperson, I just want to also understand from SIU, if a suspicious person is saying, actually the SIU is a presidential hit squad of any president, not necessarily this one, any other. It's a presidential hit squad in that it's the president that decides whether a particular investigation must happen or not happen. What if there is a sinister view that this SIU actually, its infrastructure lends itself to be a presidential hit squad for a particular president or any president who could deal with their political rivals, as it were? Chairperson, you see, also, Chairperson, without casting any aspersions, in 2018, as an example, in 2018 June, this parliament made a very damning statement about IFMS. This parliament said 1.8 billion gone down the drain in IFMS. I have not seen any energy from the SIU to deal with whoever is responsible for one. That was then 2018, 1.8 billion down the drain. That's a statement. If you go to the PMG, you'll find that statement, Chairperson. But I don't see any energy from the SIU to deal with the delinquents in the IFMS. I know that they're dealing with all other companies outside, but the actual government officials that have been doing things, not following prescripts and all of that, there's stone silence on that, Chairperson. So I think that gives credence to the assertion that this could be a hit squad, if you like, and I'll be happy to be proved wrong. Chairperson. Also because, you know, as an example, Chairperson, when the MK party recently announced some of our members here, like Brian Mulife as an example, Siyabonga Gama, within the next day, Chairperson, this is literal, within a day or two after we have announced that, the president responded by signing a proclamation to investigate the entities that these honorable members were running. So I think this hit squad narrative is given credence by those kinds of realities that we are faced with. I mean, why was this not signed last year or beginning of the year or anything? Why did this proclamation coincide so much with this announcement? We announced on a Wednesday or so, on a Friday, proclamation is signed. I'm just worried about. In fact, I think this hit squad characterization might have credence, but can I be proved wrong? And then, Chairperson, on the human capital, nice presentation as well. I was going to recommend, Chairperson, that when you do the human capital, when you do the employment equity, it does not give me comfort when an explanation is made that we're doing well. And I'm looking for numbers, I'm looking for empirical data. So what I'm looking for there, Chairperson, which I would recommend that the person looking after this division must actually do this. The Act is very clear. It provides proper guidance of how this could be done. And simply, Chairperson, what needs to happen in that space, one, for each race category, there has to be a reference to economic active population. This is the target that is there. So that when you say we've got so much of this particular race in this particular level, we can know if it's good or bad. And whether it's good or bad can be your call. Whether it's good or bad has got to be to the extent in which those numbers reflect the economic active population of that particular race category, as it were. Now, to just simply say, no, I've got enough black women here and so on, I don't know what is enough. I don't know what it should be, and all of that. It makes it very subjective. So I'm asking, Chairperson, that can we have this report properly in line with the law? And the law has got this EAP. And if the SIU has got their own employment equity plan, they can say, well, we've got this EAP, but in our 5-year plan, this is our targets, our own internal targets, and this is how we're tracking against our own internal targets. Then it becomes more meaningful for me to listen to that presentation, Chairperson. I move on to financials. On the financials, it was quite a scary picture in terms of the debtors book in there. I wanted to just check, Chairperson, whether is it not possible? I mean, these are state institutions and all of that. Is it not possible that even this committee can assist SIU to get what one could call garnishing order from National Treasury? We are all government, so I'm sure this can be done quite quickly and all of that. So we arrange with National Treasury to have garnishing orders. We can't have a situation where the SIU is not able to do what it needs to do and is being owed by government. I mean, this is shockingly incompetent. This is terrible. I'm lacking words to describe the level of incompetence from all the government levels that are mentioned in that pie chart. It's actually shocking. And now we have an SIU that's struggling to perform and is owed by government. This is actually the reason that this government is not paying suppliers, the culture of not doing the right thing. Why are we allowing it here? Here we've got better control. These officials don't pay service providers. They don't even pay government institutions. This is just totally unacceptable, Chairperson. I really think that something much more urgent needs to happen to settle those debts so that SIU can do what it needs to do. Lastly, Chairperson, on the international relations, I just saw a lot of Commonwealth. You know, when I see the word Commonwealth, I get reminded of being that South Africa is somewhat of a puppet state. When I see Commonwealth, I don't get excited when I see Commonwealth. And then you mentioned France and all of that. And And then of the BRICS countries that you mentioned, they only mentioned Hong Kong, as it were. So, Chairperson, I just wanted to just check as to what extent is the SIU also looking at making sure that they deepen their relations with the BRICS countries in particular. South Africa has got a relationship with the BRIC countries, as it were. I'm not saying do away with your, what you call your establishment kind of arrangements. You can have that, but also have a fair representation of the BRICS countries. Thank you, Chairperson. That's me.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhwebane.
Good afternoon already. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the presentation. I think just to start where in fact, almost where Honorable Manyi ended. My issue, Chairperson, with the SIU is the issue of the independence of the SIU, especially on the issue of the SIU being weaponized by the executive to deal with political opponents. That's one issue. The issue is how do we make sure that the SIU is completely independent? Because indeed, they act on the proclamations signed by the president, and that then will be the issue coming to their independence. The issue of the director, Advocate Mutibi, how long is your contract with SIU? Are you on contract or is it a permanent appointment? And the issue of your performance agreement, are you signing it with who are you signing your performance agreement with, so that we can ensure this issue of independence? Then also on the issue of integrity, you spoke about conducting lifestyle audit at various institutions. And my question is, internally within the SIU, have you conducted lifestyle audit within the SIU? Are all the investigators of SIU vetted by SSA? Because I'm asking this also because you have the Mr. Vanara, who was also, who left SABC under questionable circumstances. And there were allegations that apparently was threatening to kill one of the promoters at SABC. So are those things being checked by the SIU? The issue of your performance indicators, they are not like giving hope, in the sense that, yes, the numbers you'll say you've exceeded your target, you've exceeded the target. But the challenge I have with SIU is that you now say you are interdicting the pensions, forfeiting to the state. In the other issues is that or even contracts, you'd find that most of the contracts, when they were awarded, they are awarded by the officials who are involved. Yes, I know there's a corruptor and the corruptee. But then when you have interdicted, or when you are still investigating, still taking the matter in court, what time frame are you giving yourself to finalize? Because your targets, even though you say are smart, I don't know what the AG, I didn't see the AG commenting about them, because remember, here we are speaking about preventing undue delay, the very same jurisdiction you have to investigate maladministration, of which undue delay is one of those elements. How long do you take to investigate such matters? How much time have you given yourself? Doesn't it help for you to interdict a person of a public servant who has resigned? Yes, it's good that you'd want them to account, but then you need to process that speedily so that the matter is dealt with. I know it might be linked to the delay by the judges in the tribunal, and that matter, which you'll also have to update us. You spoke about it, but then what would you expect the committee to intervene on to expedite the appointment of those judges so that people are not waiting years and years when their matters are not finalized? And then the issue of the monies which are owed to the SIU, the debts. I think even that one, we might not even ask you, and I don't think it's ideal for you to even take the matter to court because you're wasting again state resources. That is a matter which the parliament as an oversight over the executive to deal with. But firstly, even the very same executive, the president, because in the performance agreements of those ministers and departments, they should also have a target to account on how are they going to make sure that the money is owed to the SIU, especially the ones which can be repayable. There are those which we can say possibly you need to indicate, is it possible to write off certain debts? And if you've done so, how much? But then if you can write off certain debts based on the fact that some administrations have changed or executive have changed over and over, and you'd find that it won't be possible to recover that money. But I think firstly, the president should make sure that those ministers, executive authorities, in their performance agreement, they also have to commit that they need to repay the SIU since they depend on those resources to fund their budget. And then secondly, the Auditor General, we will have to escalate to the Committee on Auditor General Chairperson to then also make it compulsory for departments when they do their reporting, they indicate how are they making sure that monies which are owed to the SIU are paid back to the SIU. I also have a concern about what Honorable Manye said about the PRASA investigation and the all of a sudden now SIU has this appetite, or the president signed these proclamations, because the issue of PRASA, for instance, the public protector investigated this matter, actually not myself, the former public protector Madonsela, and there was a report called Derailed, where there were issues relating to the Shivambu issue tender. But then I wonder if then you are now complaining about some missing documents, not getting records. How did you collaborate or request the public protector to avail the records in their possession to check whether is there anything else you can do? Because avoiding again duplication of redoing what has been done by other constitutional institutions. Then there is an issue of the, say, ABB investigation. I don't know how are you involved in that matter, but the issue I raised with the NPA was that they are very much, that ADR or recovery process, or ADR, alternative dispute resolution, corporate alternative dispute resolution, was not done properly. It's unlawful because you'd find that they will just agree that ABB, you've paid this 2.5 billion, the company, I think there should be harsher process which is meted out against companies who are involved into corruption. So I raised the issue that they are violating Section 105 capital A of the NPA Act by just allowing them to pay the money and there's no repercussions. I mean, they still continue to do business with the state, this ABB company, because even, yes, you are saying they'll be prosecuting the directors, but then the company must also face the challenge. Then there's the issue of some of your investigations, because you'll make the hype and say you are investigating, contracts are issued, you stop the contracts. Now, in the process, killing and penalizing the very same SMMEs, because you'll find that some of them, they have delivered the service, they are expecting to be paid. Now SIU is involved, they must stop everything. So how do you balance the two, that in the process, you make sure that whatever has been delivered by that particular SMME is being not allowed to just be removed from economic activity, because that's what happened in a number of other issues. I remember when I was at the public protector, there were ladies in Tshwane who delivered a service, but due to involvement of SIU now, and they've delivered during COVID. And all of a sudden, SIU now is involved, officials, they don't want anything, they don't want to pay them. Services have been delivered. And unfortunately, they were impacted on. And then there is the proposal then that with the SIU's mandate, hence I asked about your independence, that we should be checking going forward, how can we have because I know you serve in the Fusion Center where you have all the law enforcement agencies. I know you are provided for in the National Development Plan, but the challenge is the way you are, your independence actually is very much compromised, because you depend on the executive to do your work, which would be better if you are structured differently. Hence, if we could agree as parliamentarians that you will have the functions relating to maladministration of the SIU being incorporated into what the public protector is doing, or alternatively, I know you have a civil element, the tribunal element. How can we then make sure that that element then remains with the SIU? But I think those are the things which needs to be looked into. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa.
Good afternoon, Chair, Advocate Mutibi and the team members. Chair, I apologize for the background noise, if there is any that is being heard in the background. Network is not kind to me. I had to actually come and stand outside, like I'm literally standing outside. Chair, let me join other members who have welcomed the presentation, but also underscore some of the points that they have made in agreeing with you when you say the presentation was very comprehensive. And I would want to start by commending the team, especially for showing proactiveness in respect to the increased number of proclamations that are coming. This way, we know that they will not be caught wanting in terms of not having sufficient resources to be able to do their work. But also commend the team for the establishment of the various committees, particularly the audit committee. And I will have a question in respect of the audit outcome, having an audit plan. But for me, like Honorable Klopper has indicated, very important, the concern about the safety of whistleblowers and witnesses. We give full support in ensuring that these particular individuals. Hello, Chair.
Just switch off your video.
Yes, Chair.
Just switch off your video. You keep on freezing. Yes.
All right, Chair. Let's see. Is it better?
Yes, it's better now.
Thank you, Chair. And the last point of congratulating the team is on having a modern and sound ICT strategy, because the world is moving to the direction of big data, data analysis, and artificial intelligence in order to combat crime. Chair, let me start with the point that I raised about the audit outcomes. 2023, there is an indication of 2 areas of matters of emphasis. Can we just be briefed if whether these 2 areas are carried over into the new financial year? And if so, does the audit plan cover these particular areas to ensure that they are corrected and do not repeat? Chair, the second point, it's on the issue of the debt owed. Members have spoken on this issue. I also want to put in my way to say that the situation is unacceptable. But just to check with the SIU, what has Treasury done so far in trying to resolve these particular challenges? Because I note also, Chair, that in the first quarter of 24-25, the local government, which in the previous year has been stated as one challenged with lack of resources, it's actually outperforming national government. And for me, there is a cause of concern, and we will be assisting if we understand what National Treasury has done. But I would want to support all the members who spoke on this issue and be behind any suggestion that as a committee, what is it that we can do to assist the SIU be able to collect their money in support of Operation Kokela? Chair, the third point is just on the 23-24 financial year performance, the 95%, very commendable. However, there's just one indicator that was missed out of the targets. Can we just be briefed which one is that in particular? And does it have any impact on the execution of the mandate of the SIU and outcomes of investigations? Chair, the fourth point I have is on a matter that was commented on in slide 64, about 80% of the human capital budget, or the budget, 80% of the budget going to human capital. My interest there is to find out how much percentage of this budget goes specifically to investigations, and if whether does the SIU have a sense of the average cost per investigation. And if they have they had an instance where they deem a case to be too complex and too expensive in relation to the average cost identified? And if yes, how then do we deal with those particular cases? Chair, on HR, I agree with, I think it's Honorable Mani, that the reporting must be further teased out to ensure that we know against which targets or against which benchmarks we are stating that the numbers are good. And most importantly for me, what I would want to see is the age demographics, because the country is grappling with the issue of youth unemployment. It's a reality that we believe every state actor must show effort in dealing with that particular issue. So I hope the suggestion by Honorable Mani that a report to that regard must come back, and I hope that it will include that particular category. Chair, those are my points. Others have been covered. I won't speak to them. Thank you very much, Comrade Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matafa. Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, largely I've been covered by members who have spoken before me. I think, Chair, as a matter of principle, the SIU's legal obligation to get clean audit should be an overarching and an indispensable requisite. It's an obligation that must be enforced at all costs. And I say this, Chair, for the following reasons. That the statute gives a delicate responsibility to the SIU to investigate maladministration, malpractice, corruption, etc., etc. And in South Africa, such practices are rife, both in the public sector and in the private sector. But B, the SIU is a delicate institution and should at least be a mirror of what constitutes clean administration, which is not hell-bent on maladministration, malpractice, corruption, as the case may be. So an unqualified audit, Chair, with no material findings, whether non-compliance is the most, an unqualified audit with which was, detected previously by the AG with material findings on non-compliant is the most gruesome turmoil to which tolerance must not even be an option. And we must commend for the audit outcome of 2023-2024. We must commend the SIU. And it should be the order of the day. We can't afford to see such an important institution being run in an unethical way. Following what I've said, Chair, it is important that even in its human resources, in its human resource personnel, and in the panel of attorneys, a panel of consultants, etc., the SIU must absorb a credible strategy of vetting individuals so that its internal affairs are not going to be easily tampered with. Secondly, Chair, my interest does not necessarily border on semantics, but rather on the practical operational affairs so that we can be in a position to detect the shortcomings which are a threat to the realization of the SIU's objectives. I'm saying this to make an emphasis on the point that it is important that when this annual report, in fact, any annual report for that matter, is consolidated, we desist from temptations of painting a rosy picture at the expense of objective realities at a grassroots level. I'm really not convinced, Chair, that the SIU uses an efficient and effective investigation methodology when it conducts lifestyle audits. Let me advance my point from this perspective. Corruption in terms of how it is organized appears to be too advanced to a point where it precludes an effective and an efficient lifestyle audit. Let me illustrate this through a practical example. A common practice in the public sector is that many private companies which have a contractual relationship with the government institutions are owned by public, by officials who work for such, for such government entities. They just register them and put individuals who disguise as directors thereof. And this practice is widespread because it appears as a sophisticated scheme of stealing from the public purse, because it is not easily detectable. And I want the SIU chair to maybe, to take us through on how they react to this. It's a common practice. And I think Bona, they do a lifestyle audit on a very minimal scale of checking whether a person is living within his means, and it ends there. But in terms of what I've just explained, I don't think that they have an adequate strategy. Thirdly, Chair, I suppose it is of importance that the SIU espouses turnaround times which are reasonably short, especially for matters which relate to investigations and litigation. I'm saying this because an irrational delay to complete investigations and litigation compromises the objective of achieving successful investigations which lead to a successful litigation. because there are many intervening factors which come between the period of initiating investigations and completing them. People die, the evidence gets destroyed, and so on and so forth. So it's very important, Chair, that the turnaround times are very minimal. I was hoping, Chair, that we're also going to get an insight of how far the SIU has gone in terms of investigating the COVID-19 PPP. I think there was a proclamation which was signed by the president, PPEs, I mean. I think there was a proclamation which was signed by the president. If my memory serves me well, it was signed in 2022, 2021, somewhere there. And Chair, I'm saying this from experience, that many of these matters, for many of these matters, at a litigation, stage, they just issued only summons or applications, and there is no further progress. Many attorneys who are defending or who are opposing on these matters even went to an extent of filing answering affidavits, but there is no reaction to that in terms of ensuring that these matters are getting finalized at a reasonable time. So if maybe we can be taken through on how far they've gone, or maybe they've prepared for such for the next meeting on the 29th, I don't know. But Chair, I would request that they give us a report in that regard. Then lastly, Chair, this is just a question that don't you think that there is a need for the SIU to investigate the Palapala matter? I mean, the president told the whole country that the money that was found under the mattress was accumulated through private trading activities, that he was selling cows and so on and so forth. Now, in terms of the competence of the SIU, they can investigate maladministration, corruption, and so on, which is alleged both from the public and from the private sector. Now, I'm saying that from that perspective of accumulating this money through private trading activities, can't the SIU maybe initiate an investigation against the president? Thank you very much, Yabong.
Thank you, Honorable Dana.
Thank you, Chair. Aside from saying thank you for this very comprehensive presentation, I won't be repetitive. My questions have been covered in some way or another by the colleagues, so I'll just wait for the answers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think, Advocate Mutibe, you speak about monies that are owed to SIU by sister departments, which I think Honorable Mkwebana spoke about a possibility of writing off some of those debts. But I want to check if there is a recovery plan of those monies in place, so that we speak about a plan that seems to be not bearing any positive fruits. If there is a plan to that effect, are there still some pending COVID-19 matters that have not been finalized? And if the answer is in the affirmative, what are the factors delaying those matters for finalization? Thank you very much, members. Advocate Mutibe and the team. You can react now to those questions and comments from members.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. We appreciate the questions and we will respond accordingly. Honorable Klopper, we take the point that we should return the organization to clean audit. As you can see, that it has really been our effort all the years to really ensure that we attain clean audit. In the previous financial year, or the financial year before the previous one, where we got qualified, as I indicated, and the CFO can probably come in, it was really more around the interpretation of the accounting standards. And in my engagements with the CFO, I said, we need to ensure that we comply as the Auditor General has articulated the audit standard, and also as the Accountant General at the National Treasury has articulated the accounting standard. We did not even conceive a situation where we could challenge the Auditor General. So we took that approach, and that is why we worked fervently hard to ensure that we return the organization to unqualified audit. We will ensure that we work harder to ensure that we bring the organization back to clean audit. And we do accept honorable members' views that an organization such as SIU should really be exemplary. I think the other honorable member used the word mirror, the clean governance. We really agree with that, and we will make sure that we return the organization to clean audit. The issue around the risk on whistleblowers, we accept that there is an inherent risk on the whistleblowers, and that is why we have put it as part of the strategic risks. We have put in place a policy that enables SIU to put in place measures to give protection to those whistleblowers that come forward with the threats, and also the investigators. And then there is a process that we follow in terms of ensuring that there's threat risk assessments. And once we have completed that threat risk assessment, we then, depending on the outcome, if the outcome confirms that there's a threat, we do then put in place measures to protect. I need to also mention, the Honorable Committee may be aware that the Department of Justice is actually leading the wider legislative review around whistleblower processes and whistleblower protection. So even that, when that process is underway and we are contributing to that process, we are at the moment, because we are faced with the risk now, we are implementing some measures within the financial constraints we have to ensure that we protect the whistleblowers. We also work in conjunction with the NPA, that are the custodians of the witness protection. Because you know that not all whistleblowers end up being witnesses, but we have taken into account that even though they're still at a whistleblower stage, not having crossed the line to become witnesses, we must also still create measures to protect them. we do agree that without the whistleblowers, it would be really difficult to crack some of the cases. They are a key component in ensuring that our investigations are bearing the outcomes that we look forward to. We do also acknowledge, and hence we have presented to the committee, the problems that we are experiencing around debt recovery. We have put in place a program to fast-track the recovery of the debt. And that program, we have really just named it Project Kokela internally, but it's effectively almost a debt collection process from the state institutions. CFO, perhaps you can just make a note. There was a question around the timelines. At what stage, I think it's the chair who asked, at what stage would be able to say the Kokela plan has not produced the results so that we can sort of report accordingly. In terms of the SIU has not approached the committee around the judges of the special tribunal. Honorable Chair, I think in our presentation we mentioned that there were some delays at the special tribunal owed to the fact that the judges some of them were moving back to the high courts. We have mentioned that, and we have further mentioned that the Department of Justice, that is responsible for court processes, is seized with this matter. We are being informed of where the process is. In fact, Advocate Vanara, in consultation with Justice and also inquiring on this matter, can actually give the status of our inquiry as of yesterday. Advocate Vanara, are you able to just give the committee of the extent to which we have inquired? What is the information we have as of yesterday? Advocate?
Thank you, Advocate Butebi. Thanks, Chair and honorable members. The latest is that the consultation, as required by the enabling legislation between the presidency and the Chief Justice, has concluded. The appointment recommendations have been prepared by the Department of Justice, but it is gone for the President's consideration. Once the President makes his decision, there will then be a proclamation to inform the nation of the appointments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that update. Appreciate it, Advocate. Thank you. Regarding the record-keeping issues, example at PRASA, that is a phenomenon that we come across in most of the state institutions. The record-keeping issue, we have raised it. But I have indicated to the investigators that we need to ensure that we close all the loops. If, in this case, the public protector may have such documentation, we need to check. But also just to take it forward, that the state institutions have got an obligation to keep records in terms of the law. And if they failed to keep the records, who is it that has failed? And who is it that we can return the findings upon so that there's appropriate consequence management? So we do ensure that we don't just end there, that we are informed that there are no documents and then we move on. We do look beyond the comment that there are no documents. But of course, we've raised it accordingly so that the record-keeping process in government as a whole should really be reviewed and be improved. The National Anti-Corruption Strategy, how do we ensure that all of society is involved? In the presentation we mentioned, and also in the targets, that we are actively involved in assisting in the implementation of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. The whole of society approach finds prominence in the national anti-corruption forums that we have created. Health sector, we've got all the members or the stakeholders in that sector participating. So is the same in the local government anti-corruption forum. We've got all the players and all the stakeholders in that space. Infrastructure build is the same. We are processing a forum in the Immigration and Border Management Authority so that the whole of society assists in identifying corruption risks in that space, ensuring that whatever is pointed out is addressed. So we believe that this process has really gone a long way in ensuring the whole of society improvement. In particular, we want to enhance the involvement of the youth in this forums. The training increase spend. We need to have a ceiling. Yes, this is a continuous process. We continuously identify the training needs of our members across the organization, whether it's a core business, which is operations, investigations, but also in the enabling functions. We continue to do training needs assessment, and this is going to be a continual process, a continual development process. So at this stage, we do have an indication of the increase, and I know that I don't know if CFO, you are able to comment on the envisaged increase going forward. And if not, we'll need to come back to the committee with exact figure. Are you able to indicate, CFO?
Yes, HOU, the general practice, general international and local benchmarks is on training costs is between 2 and 5% of your payroll should be directed towards training. So for the year under review, although it seems the increase was high, it was only 1.4%. So we will hover around. We will obviously not go to a 5%, but we will hover at between a 2 and a 3% maximum as a guideline for the future. And then just a note: the matter that has increased that has led to the increase was a targeted management development program for our senior managers, which was very necessary in order to equip our management cadre, with the necessary skills. That was the majority and the reason for the huge increase in the 24 year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO. Just to pick up on the last comment, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the management development was identified as a critical requirement to train our managers, provincial heads, including the executive members, because we've realized that it is important to equip them to manage and to lead. So that part was a very important intervention. We are glad, and that one will probably, although it will be a continuous, but it won't be as intense as it was now. And why is it that it was intense? When we did the reorganization and the restructuring of the organization, before we did the restructuring, SIU did not have permanent provincial heads. So when we did the restructuring, we then had permanent provincial heads, which were appointed, and we realized that we needed to support them with the management development program. So that's the rationale, that it won't going forward be as intense as it was now. But of course, we will continuously assess them, whether there's a need to train or not train. The CFO has noted the 171 million cut, which is really unfortunate, but we continue to deal with National Treasury in that regard and the Department of Justice. And we are gearing up to ensure that we really collect the debt, because the more we don't collect the debt, is more the cut will be pronounced in terms of affecting our operations. And hence we have put in place the program to recover the debt. The issue around the tender for legal panel that was not evaluated in line with the evaluation criteria. The Auditor General has made a finding on that, and we have analyzed and went deep into the rationale. Again, it's an interpretation issue. The legal department and the SCM department of SIU were satisfied that we have set out the criteria accordingly, but the Director General, the Auditor General had a different view, which we respected, and we then will ensure that that part is dealt with appropriately. Honorable Mani, thank you very much for the kind words. We are encouraged by those words, but of course we appreciate that as the honorable committee members, we have to be held to account. We appreciate that, and on some of the matters that you have raised, the issue around the legislative mandate, SIU legislation has been in place since 1996, and it has been operating in the same manner until now from a legislative mandate perspective. In terms of the overlap, we are conscious about the overlap, and it is of course simply because the country has adopted a multi-agency approach to the fight against corruption. That is made clear from the National Development Plan, and there is a council at the moment that was appointed but almost 2-3 years ago, appointed by the president to advise on the anti-corruption architecture in the country. We expect that that council will advise accordingly. It was made public, that council, when it was appointed. Hopefully where they are at the moment, they probably have made their recommendations, but we are aware that there is that process. We will then wait to see what the recommendations are. And of course, the Honorable Committee also being aware of this, the implications of the multi-agency approach, and whether there's a need to change that or not. The question was, is there no duplication? We at all times guard against duplication, so that the process of reporting allegations to SIU is such that there's a question whether this matter has been reported to other law enforcement agencies, and if so, we do engage the other law enforcement agencies and ensure that the whistleblower is directed to the law enforcement agency in question so that we don't duplicate. So we do have processes to mitigate as best as we can, to mitigate against duplication. The issue around being proactive, how are we being proactive? I think the question was asked in particular with reference to the proclamation process. We really try to be as proactive as possible in following through. Honorable Chair and honorable members, when we joined, there was an open-ended process in terms of the processing of proclamations, and we raised that, and we got into an MOU with the Department of Justice and with the presidency so that there can be defined timelines. So that was with the effort of bringing in efficiencies in the processing of proclamations. But of course, we respect the view that when it's gone to the Department of Justice, in particular, it's sent to the minister, they apply their minds, then they send it to the president, who also applies his mind. But of course, we have indicated in the MOU indicative timelines, of course, taking into account that the president applies his mind. So that is the extent to which we have really been proactive in streamlining and seeking to improve their efficiencies. There is, of course, instances where proclamations have taken a while to be signed off, but it's really as a result of this processing of the proclamations and the respective functionaries or authorities having to really consider the proclamations in question. But we are pleased now that they are really being signed, so that we could proceed and really do our work. There was a question that the issue around the IFMS, what have we done? Honorable Chair and honorable members, we have investigated IFMS. We have reached conclusion of the investigations. We have made the findings. We have made referrals to NPA. We've made referrals for disciplinary action. We have also taken the contract, or in the process of taking the contract to the special tribunal. And this is where now I've asked Advocate Vanara to come in to give a real-time update of where we are with IFMS. Advocate Vanara, do you want to indicate to the committee where we are?
No, thanks, Chair. Given that this is a public platform, for our own strategy reasons, we are not at liberty to disclose some of the information. However, we are at the final preparatory stage. We are tying one loose end that I'm unable to disclose at this stage, that the investigators are just finalizing before we can then make an announcement with regard to this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate. The issue around SIU being a hit squad, Honorable Chair and honorable members, we can assure the committee that we do our work without fear, favor, or prejudice. We will not in any way allow ourselves to be used for any other purpose except for the purposes mandated in the legislation. Chair, when we did the restructuring and the reorganization of the SIU, in some cases, we tracked the proclamation process since the inception of SIU. We didn't come across any one instance where the proclamation that were submitted were call it declined or denied. All proclamations have been signed by respective presidents since the inception of SIU. All the precedents that have been in place, and I've said the legislation of SIU has been in place since 1996. We tracked that process and we found that all the proclamations actually that SIU have put through have been signed. So to a large extent, we really believe that it goes a long way in really serving the whistleblowers that have come and supported and reported, and the proclamation being processed. Of course, there's a view that because now the executive, being the president, signing proclamation, is that not an indication of sort of lack of independence? While we really do our work, all the proclamations submitted, all the allegations received and assessed, all of those have been signed off. So if there's any indication that any of the allegations were left unattended, we really will be interested to know, and then we can really address that. In terms of the human capital, I'm going to just ask the acting chief human capital officer, Ms. Dreya, to indicate that we do have a plan, and this is now in view of the question against what targets are we working towards. We do have a plan that we submit to the Department of Employment and Labor, which we can submit to the committee. Ms. Dreya, can you confirm that?
I can confirm that, sir, and that we are tracking our statistics against the Employment Equity Plan as well as against the EAP.
Thank you. So, Honorable Chair, because we have not really presented that plan, I think another honorable member, Matafa, also asked for the plan. We can take that plan and then submit it to the committee so that they can see the plan towards which we are working. In terms of the debt collection, we are pleased that if the committee could really assist, we'll really be pleased in terms of National Treasury being engaged to consider what could be termed garnishee orders and so on. But what we are also doing, Honorable Chair and honorable members, when we start an investigation, we do enter into what we call the letter of engagement with the department, where we show resources, turnaround times, we show the cost of the investigation. So in that letter, we've amended it now to say, if we collect the money due to the department, that they would agree that we set off against the debt that they are owing. That can only be done by agreement with the state institution. If they don't agree, unfortunately, we can't enforce that. So this really just goes to show that the funding model of an entity like SIU needs to be reviewed going forward if SIU is to continue to execute as effectively as it is. Honorable Manyi, we have taken comment around the BRICS. We do participate. The Department of Public Administration really coordinates the BRICS, the BRICS anti-corruption working group activities. From time to time, they do invite us, but going forward, we'll obviously indicate our involvement in the BRICS anti-corruption working group. Honorable Chair, Honorable Mkhwebane, independence of SIU, is it being weaponized? I think I've responded to that we would not allow ourselves to be weaponized. Although, of course, yes, there's merit for those who comment and say, because of the need for the signing of a proclamation, does that not indicate, no lack of independence? That question has come up. Even some members of the public have asked it. We really expect that going forward, that area could possibly be addressed. My contract of employment, although the appointment is by the president, the contract of employment process has been delegated to the Minister of Justice. I signed my contract of employment with the Minister of Justice, and we sign it every year, as is expected of all the SIU employees. And the lifestyle audits, yes, all SIU employees, including myself, were expected to be vetted. I was vetted when I joined in 2016. And then after, I think, 4 or 5 years, I was vetted again last year by SSA. And we ensure that that process takes place. And each and every one of the executive committee members here are also going through the SSA vetting. Some have completed it, some are underway, including all of the other SIU employees. So the executive committee members, of course, would include Advocate Vanara. So Advocate Vanara, as I indicated, just for the record, because all of the others would be left to the vetting process, which is underway. I indicated that you could really give a short comment on this comment. Do you want to come in?
No, thanks, HOU, and thanks to Honorable Kwebane for raising the question so that it provides an opportunity for us to set the record straight. Indeed, allegations were made, as she's referring to. Those allegations form part of a complaint that was subjected to a court process wherein I was afforded an opportunity, after which a court dismissed the case against me. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate. And of course, the vetting process is underway. I know you are part of it. And SSA will also make its own findings depending on that process. The issue around the litigation process, the recovery, the freezing of pensions, that's part of ensuring that ultimately those officials that are implicated, that at the end of the recovery process, we are able, depending on the outcome of the litigation process, that we are able to recover from them. And the litigation process, of course, at the special tribunal, it's really speeded up. Those areas are not left pending for long. We are really pleased at the speed at which the special tribunal adjudicates on these matters. So we've found it necessary to do that, so that there's a prevention of undue delay, as you indicate. Agreements of accessing officers to pay SIU. Agreements of the accounting officers to pay SIU, that's probably an option that in their performance agreements, they could also be indicated, and we'll engage with the DPSA so that when the accounting officers and to see if they can incorporate it in their performance management process. The issue around PRASA and the timing of the signing of the proclamation, there's a proclamation that was going on in PRASA, and the investigation on that proclamation, I think it was in 2018. Mr. Lekgetho, as the Chief Operating Officer, can confirm that. That investigation has been completed. And now there's a recent proclamation that was signed, and that proclamation was signed was processed at the recommendation of the State Capture Commission. They left the question unanswered when they ended on PRASA, and they had recommended another commission for PRASA, but there was a decision taken that there is no need for another commission, there's a need for a pointed investigation on the aspects that they had identified. And it was on that basis that the proclamation was processed. And it will indeed not repeat the investigations that were conducted before in the interest of avoiding duplication as we indicated. Avoid what has been done before. Yes, indeed. We will engage with the public protector, we'll engage with the Hawks to ensure that we don't duplicate where they have investigated. The questions that were raised with the NPA around ABB, we investigated in the ABB space. And for NPA to come in is because we had made criminal referrals, as is expected in our investigations. And they picked up from our referral and then went on and investigated the criminal aspects of the ABB involvement at ESCOM. And we supported that investigation. The issues are, and our investigations was completed, and on the basis of the recovery, the civil litigation process, we processed the cancellation of the contract through the special tribunal, and ABB ended up paying, it was about 1.5, 1.6 billion back to ESCOM. Of course, the criminal investigation went on. When NPA went on and investigated and entered into any other agreement, we were not involved at that stage. The issues about contracts being investigated, SMMEs being taken out of business, we do investigate, of course, in accordance with our legislation. When evidence points out that the contract was awarded irregularly, that's when we start acting in the interest of the state to ensure that the contract does not continue to run and the payments do not continue to run. But while we take the contract to the special tribunal, of course, the company involved will be will be a respondent, and they will be aware on where the process is. But we do agree with the view that these matters should not be left pending for long. But in most instances, all of the issues that are raised at the courts and at the special tribunal are raised by the respondents, and the processes end up being delayed at the instance of the respondents. But we do ensure that from our part, if there are any responses that we need to place on board, we ensure that the delay is not at our instance. And we do agree that because this is a legal process, there are those instances where the legal questions are raised and they have to be argued for days on end, and that invariably causes the delays in the litigation process. But we would definitely not delay the litigation process out of malice. Honorable Mafata, thank you very much for commending the proclamation, the presentation. The issue about the whistleblower safety, and thank you for raising that. We continue to ensure that the whistleblowers are protected. I have mentioned before when I started responding that we have a policy, we have a process, and that is managed under the Chief Risk Officer, because he's also responsible for safety. And we have seen that in most instances, when whistleblowers come forward, we are able to respond positively. When our investigators come forward, we are able to respond positively with protective measures. Of course, we have indicated that this going forward is going to be one of the cost drivers that we can't avoid. because the lives of investigators and whistleblowers, of course, are important. What has National Treasury done in terms of debt collection? We have been in continuous engagement with National Treasury, and they have come in, and at some point I recall that the Director General actually offered to send letters demanding the payments of the debt to SIU. We have seen some progress out of that, but it just remains inherently weak as a payment process. And we're saying strategically, the strategic response is to really review the funding model of SIU. But as we speak, we need to ensure that the processes to recover the debt is implemented, because we are being measured by whether we recover what's due to SIU. Yeah, the question around or the average cost of investigation. Yes, we have a view on what each investigation costs. Each investigation will differ from any other investigation depending on the scope and depending on the complexity and the intricacies involved. When we enter into the letter of engagement with state institutions, which are signed by the accounting officers, accounting authorities, in that letter of engagement, there's an indication of costs. So as I say, it varies from one investigation to the other. And when we come back to present on specific investigations, we will show the cost of each investigation. What have we done, or have we done anything around youth unemployment? We can actually provide the committee with a view of the graduate programs that we have and the internship programs that we have, which has really contributed towards youth employment. And we also take a view that when we take them on, we really try our best that at the end of the internship program, at the end of the graduate program, we do absorb the youth into SIU employment. But we are aware that, of course, going forward, it will be dictated upon by the budget constraints and so on. But for now, we have been able not to send the youth back to unemployment after completing the graduate program and the internship program. Honorable Nomvao, we take the point around the obligation to achieve clean audit, and we will continue to really ensure that we return the organization to clean audit. Yes, this is where the term mirror was used. We want to really mirror a clean administration. We can't afford SIU being run unethical. Yes, we do agree with that our governance, the way we conduct ourselves, should really mirror clean governance. SIU must adopt a vetting strategy. Yes, we do have. All our officers are being vetted by the internal integrity unit that we have, but we also engage the SSA to do the vetting. With regard to the lifestyle audits and the methodology that we use, we believe that we're using a comprehensive methodology. We do go as intensive as really looking at the conflict of interest, officials being directors of companies doing business with the state or with the state institution where they are employed. We do have comprehensive reports of the outcomes of the lifestyle audits. We present those reports to state institutions based on our methodology, which is aligned to the methodology of the DPSA, and we are able to act on the findings. The issues around the turnaround times, yes, our turnaround times, and when, again, I'll refer to when we did the reorganization and the restructuring, we had investigations on our books when we arrived, dating back to about 8 years, 7 years, and so on. And we determined that strategically that inherently is a source of reputational risk that our clients will not accept. And going forward, we will, that's a disservice to the whistleblowers. We then sought to clear the investigation book, if I were to call it that way. So we started off about 5-6 years ago that we need to reduce the investigation time, turnaround time, to a year. And that, by the way, compared to the 7, 8, 9 years ago, it was a drastic determination, and all the investigators worked towards a year. But we are also mindful that some of the investigations are as complex, they could go beyond a year. But we have said to the investigators that if it goes beyond a year, we need to produce a report that goes to the president and, of course, the state institution consent. And as I said before, that the outcomes that we reach, do not wait for the reports that we produce ultimately. The outcomes are produced as we investigate. If we start the investigation today and the outcomes are reached in 2 weeks, those outcomes are acted upon without undue delay. Now, recently, at a strategic session we said, no, we have to bring in another improvement. We have given a directive that now the turnaround time of investigations should be 6 months, right? Any investigation that exceeds 6 months, we need to then assess why. As I said, could be due to complexities, due to any other information that the investigators gather. But if it exceeds 6 months, we need to report formally about that investigation and indicate when is it going to be completed. Are there still investigations under the PPEs? The PPE investigation has been completed. And the proclamation was signed in 2020. That was a very intensive investigation where we during that investigation, and again is the yardstick that we used when we brought the turnaround times to 6 months. We said during the PPE, we were able to report after every 6 weeks, you know, and that would be the report to say, so far, this is what have been investigated, these are the outcomes, and so on, while we execute and implement the outcomes. So to date, the investigations have been completed, but of course now there are those outcomes that we are still acting upon. For example, on the litigation side, there are still cases that are still going on. And the cases, some of them were delayed. This challenge of the special tribunal as jurisdiction was challenged by one company which was found wanting in the PPE investigation, right? Because we were now seeking to cancel the contract and so on. Then they challenged the jurisdiction of the special tribunal and said, no, the special tribunal does not have the jurisdiction to cancel the contract. And that challenge had the effect of delaying the processing of the litigation. It's only after the the Constitutional Court judgment that we are able to get them again running in the special tribunal. So as I commented before, that we would not institute civil litigation and then seek to delay it, you know. And the team led by Advocate Vanara is really ensuring that there's efficiencies in the litigation space. So in the main, what's left in the PPE space is some of the outcomes that are still being implemented. You'll find that there's still officials that are still disciplined. There are still criminal cases that are still continuing. between NPA and the Hawks. Recently, there's been someone who was sentenced for the PPE irregularities and criminality. So those are the parts that we can't really stop. While substantively the investigation is completed, the outcomes continue to be acted upon. In terms of the investigation on the Phala, I think this was a question to the chair, but we can comment. And we've been asked that question several times, whether we are investigating or not. That investigation was done by the Hawks. And as far as we have learned, they've completed and sent their recommendation to the NPA. The public protector has also investigated that. If there's any, we did not investigate that part. But of course, we do take the comments by the honorable member. If there are still other aspects which we are not aware of the Phala matter that have not been investigated, I'm sure they can be raised. We are not aware of those matters that have been formally referred to us. Chair, the write-off, CFO, perhaps you can really comment around the debt collection process. You did indicate to me that at some point we'll be faced with a request for write-off based on the Public Finance Management Act. At what stage do we do that? And I'm glad that we have now brought in the set-off approach, although the set-off, Chair, is also through the agreement of the state institution. The issue of payment by state institutions is really a perennial issue. And as I say, honestly, the resolution would be to review the funding model of the SIU. CFO, do you want to comment on this process, particularly around the write-offs or the possibility of write-offs?
Yes, thank you, Advocate. Maybe just a quick comment on the question on the sort of garnishee orders. So about 5-6 years ago, up until 2 years ago, we did, and we presented various options, alternatives to National Treasury as to how the funding should work, so that to make sure that we don't have inherent conflicts of interest. Some of it was aimed towards that angle, where we requested Treasury to effectively take away budget from institutions, provinces, national, where they can, in terms of the legislation, so that we invoice either Treasury, Justice, or the Presidency itself. Unfortunately, however, about 2 years ago, we were informed by the Minister of Finance then and the current Minister that it is not envisaged that the funding model should change. We, however, still believe that it is important and that there's inherent conflict of interest in that we invoice regularly. So the top officials, CFOs, accounting officers, accounting authorities that we are investigating. So that's the high level. Then when it comes to assistance from Treasury, yes, they've assisted us in Project Kukela by writing letters to departments, provinces and municipalities. However, we've not really seen the positive effect of that. They are, however, assisting us. When it comes to write-offs, we are aiming towards end of March next year to a conclusion of Project Kukela. It could go slightly over, depending on the escalation processes in terms of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act and possible escalation to Cabinet through a memo. It could go slightly further towards June, July of 25. But by then, we would want to clean up the debt book as good as we can, including possible write-offs. We want to do that as a once-off, so that we don't open floodgates, and we want to make sure that it is really the last option, that we've exercised everything. What we have written so far is a very small amount. We've written off a specific case of about 554,000 Rand in the 23-24 financial year. Thank you, Advocate, and thank you, Committee and Chair.
Thank you very much, CFO. The recovery plan, Honorable Chair, this is the Project Kokela plan, just the recovery plan that we are monitoring. The CFO gives an indication that it could go into, did you say into 25, which seems long, but of course, we need to give a process the opportunity because we are being assessed as to whether we are doing our best to collect what's due to the state. Sorry. Are there still COVID-19 matters, Honorable Chair? I think I've responded to this one. The investigations into COVID-19 have been complete, into PPE, irregularities have been concluded. What is going on at the moment is some of the outcomes that are still at the special tribunal, criminal investigations, and some of the disciplinary process. And in the process, we have referred many companies to either Health Product Council of South Africa. We've referred some of the professionals to the professional bodies. So we are monitoring those outcomes. Honorable Chair, those would be our response. We hope that we have responded to the questions. We will pause here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mutibe, and the entire team from SIU for those detailed responses. We are actually running out of time as well. We still have legal aid waiting for us. Honorable Manye, is that a follow-up?
Yes, Chairperson, it'll be quick. Couple of questions very briefly.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, the first one, just in passing quickly, noting that Advocate Mutibi said something about them being like 100% internally resourced to do the investigations, but from time to time they go to these other firms. Just a question whether those firms that they go to, are they disclosed anywhere in the annual report or anywhere, so that there's complete transparency as to when you go private, who exactly do you go to? That's one thing. And then on the garnishing order theme, I want to request, Chair, through you, that we authorize SIU as this committee to resubmit their request as they had done before, the one that was later declined. I think now that we have more information now, that in fact there's conflict of interest by the same CFOs who might be protecting, if not themselves, by their bosses or associates in those institutions, which in fact, Chair, I think this is quite a serious issue, this, because it could also amount to defeating the ends of justice. If you have a situation where that institution is now going to try to defund the SIU for a simple purpose of ensuring that they get away with not being investigated. So I'm requesting that can they go and say the committee has requested them to resubmit that model and all of that. The current model is not efficient. The current model is aimed to frustrate. The current funding model is aimed to actually frustrate the operations of the SIU. So I don't see why any decision that is rational could sustain that. Lastly, Chairperson, I was shortchanged on my answer on the IFMS. Mr. Vanara, they just came in and out, typical lawyer without wanting to say much and all of that. And I respect all of those legalities as it were, Chairperson. But we can't have a situation where the other government officials in other provinces, in other departments, they are chased to an extent where their pensions are frozen and all of that. And then when it comes to National Treasury officials, where, as I said last time, that the figure was 1.8 billion and it could be more. And all we hear is something about disciplinary measures or recommended. That is wholly inadequate. I want to emphasize, Chair, that the same energy of pursuing I'm talking specifically, I know they do well in terms of pursuing service providers, no issue there. But when it comes to National Treasury delinquents, everybody seems to be tiptoeing. And I would not want to have SIU as part of the tiptoers when it comes to that. So I want to re-emphasize the point, Chairperson, that we want to see action on the National Treasury officials implicated in the IFMS. And I'm saying the issue about disciplinary recommendations is wholly inadequate. It must be, SIU must be seen to be not colorblind, must be seen to be blind. They must dispense blind justice. They can't have all their eyes wide open when they deal with other people, but when they get to National Treasury, then they soft pedal. So, Chairperson, I think we need to see action being taken, and we need SIU to report on what exactly is going to happen to those that are implicated. Chairperson, thank you. Those are the issues for me.
Thank you very much, Honorable Manyi. We take those points. Advocate Motibi, any quick bite on that?
Thank you very much, Honorable Manyi. Thank you for those comments. There are concrete outcomes that we have reached. Referrals for disciplinary process is one of them. We have referred matters to NPA for consideration for prosecution, and we are taking the contract to the special tribunal to be cancelled. Just for, maybe we didn't mention this, that our engagement with National Treasury has not been tiptoeing in nature. You can probably engage with them to an extent that they've said they will take our report for review, and they have done that. Actually, they have submitted their review in the High Court, and we have had to respond. So you can see the kind of process that's here. It's not. I would say it's not really tiptoeing around. If need be, Honorable Chair, we can, time permitting, future, we can come and present to the Honorable Committee the investigation of IFMS and indicate the kind of outcomes that we've reached, timeframes, and what is it that has been done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Motibe, and thank you, members, for that firm interrogation of the report by SIU. Indeed, it is our collective view that at least the SIU is doing well. Of course, we're pointing out some few issues that we think it is important for SIU to attend to. And we are always available to give necessary support to ensure that SIU performs to the best of its ability. And we specifically note the issue relating to a regression on audit in a particular year. But we do actually see that there is an improvement that is being recorded that is well appreciated. And of course, we're still going to meet with you on the 29th to deal with issues relating to investigations. And we were quite pleased with the manner in which the reporting is detailed, and it actually covers a lot of aspects that which not only the Parliament, but even the public is interested on. Because SIU must be seen to be working and doing its own work uncompromisingly. So we are here, we're always going to ensure that we oversight SIU. And of course, we are a committee that fights with an entity that reports to us when no work is being done. So you must know that you have really done good if the committee itself says, no, you're doing fine, you're doing fine. Otherwise, you see the nature of the committee and how it is structured. It's a very robust committee. It actually takes detail of every report. So we thank you very much, Advocate Motibe and your team for coming to report on annual report, performance and spending. Today, of course, it is our first meeting together. We're a new committee as well. We are still going to be with you, and as I said before, we always prioritize that our meetings be physical. It is only on unforeseen circumstances where we meet virtually. But unfortunately, we have a program adopted by the committee. So we really can't say the meeting shouldn't sit because there is no space in Parliament, and outside venues are actually expensive. So we don't want a backlog in our committee program. So we thank you very much, Mutibi and your team. Members, we still have legal aid coming to us. Committee Secretary, are we taking legal aid at 2?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Are we using the same link?
The same link.
Okay, then, sharp. Thank you very much, members. Thank you very much, Advocate Mutibi. And
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The meeting stands adjourned. Members were meeting at 2 again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.